platform.
Good
Thank
morning,
God.
sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, we thank God we are here again to continue our discussions. I hope you are all fine.
By His grace, we are
Doing well.
Yeah, we've seen here. That is not too good. About 32% here. So you see latecomers. 34 is about 96, so it's about 33% here on TED. So we need to, if you know someone that is not here, just do a shout at the person and then remind the person to join. That's time. So let's give ourselves just 3 minutes to start. Yeah, for now, is there any questions from the previous discussions? Whilst waiting for our colleagues in the next 3 minutes. Any discussions, any questions, any suggestions? Any questions, any discussions? Okay, that is what yeah.
Good morning, Doc.
Morning, madam. Who am I talking to?
Please, my name is Adubia.
Adubia, okay. And all students. Yes. And can we hear you, please?
Yes, Doc. Please, is it possible to go over the trade-offs?
Trade-offs.
I was getting quite confused.
Okay, let me
Yes,
scroll.
please.
Let me get back. So trade-offs are some challenges that we face in supply chain, especially when it comes to decision making. Some challenges that we face, okay, or that we encounter when we are deciding on supply chain policies. There are challenges, we call them challenges because once you take a decision for our gains, we need to consider other challenges or other losses that we have. And so we compare these two areas at each point in time and discuss once we deploy one, how we lose in the other one. And as managers, how do we balance the whole thing so that you choose where we are benefiting more. Because last week you talked about value chain management. I think you are going to do more today or next week. Value chain management. Now we adding more and then making sure the customer in the end satisfied benefits. So here, any activity that you roll out, make sure that you are getting any activity that you roll out, you incur costs, but make sure your gains are higher than your costs. So, and the trade-offs, we discussed 2 parameters per each trade-offs. And the first one we discussed was the lot size versus inventory trade-off. So lot size and the inventory. Now, we know it's good to have enough inventory. Okay, if you have large batch of inventory, it is very good, Abi. But in the same manner, what do we lose? What do we lose? We lose capital. Why? Because we have invested in raw materials or materials. It could be semi-finished goods. You have them in large quantities. Okay, fine. But what if you have done it in such a way that you optimize the quantities and then have some money, some savings, or have some money for other investments? Okay, so production people, that is the challenge that we have. The engineers and production department, the design department will want to see large inventory. So at any point they want to produce, the material is there. They don't want any shortages or breakages. So what they do is that anytime they want to, because they want to see quantities for material that they use, they want it in large quantity. So the lot size as against the losses that we have when you hold inventory. So in the same manner that we discuss other ones, inventory versus transportation. Now, the more inventory, if you in as much as we will do inventory as a topic, in as much as we want to manage or optimize inventory size, okay, to save gain or to save or make gains for our capital. If you don't manage it that way too, if you do it in that little bits or bits and pieces to know, you spend so much in transportation. So that's where you have inventory versus transportation cost trade-off. Now, I think you guys are doing logistics. I think all of you will do logistics or you are doing it. And you realize that if you have items, you prefer to sell in bulk to save costs on transportation than supplying in bits. Okay, so if you look at one side of inventory, okay, against transportation, and then you see that there's a cost trade-off that we need to work at. Do we have to go in bulk? Even deciding on which mode of transport to go to move the item is a management decision. But you consider the trade-offs. Do you have to use train? Do you have to use by air? Okay, so you consider all these mode of transport and see whether indeed you will make savings for the customer. The lead time versus transportation cost. We discussed that one too. Product variety versus inventory cost. Cost versus customer service trade-off. Customer service. Now we see customers as our king, as our queens. Now the customers that we see here, we're supposed to spend much money to get them what they need, what they want. Now, if you look at the costs that we incur on customers, and then the benefits that we rake in as a result of the whatever measures that we deploy in satisfying customers, that's why we consider the trade-offs. You consider the gains and the lose, the attempts that you make, and then the losses that you make, and you compare. Now, we are doing this because as managers, we take supply chain decisions. And the supply chain decisions that we take should be beneficial to ourselves and to customers. And so if you are taking any decision, look at the aligned trade-offs. What other trade-offs do you see? Taking a decision on this, and then what other things that come into play? Okay, so why? Customer trade-off is fine. Because we need to know the cost that we incur on customer, per customer, or a number of customers, or maybe a group of customers, or type of customers. Okay, you know, in marketing, you have so many type of customers that you have. And in supply chain, we break our customers into the downstream supply chain. And so we deploy. If you're able to segment your customers, then you know which way to handle them to make gains for your company and for the customer. Okay, so it's a whole lot of things that product variety versus inventory trade-off. If you have product varieties, it means you have different brands. You may be a wholesale company. You may have different brands like ShopRite. We have groceries, a lot of them. Go and ask them the trade-offs that they are doing. They want to have everything that to serve the customer. And what are some of the trade-offs? The variety that they have and their ability to manage all these varieties in such a way that they'll be able to take care of these customers. And how do you manage? Some of them are getting outdated, some of them are getting expired, some of them are rotting, some of them are getting bad, some of them are getting discolored. And then you see that you need to work on it. So it's a whole lot of management decisions that you take. Today, we're going to discuss some management decisions in supply chain. And trade-off is one of the benchmarks that you're going to use, okay, to see whether it's a strategic, tactical, operational supply chain decision, what trade-offs come to play, and then how we manage it. Any other questions?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
This is James. My hand's up.
Okay.
Yeah. With on the trade-offs, I know from what the discussions we've had that it is dependent on the situation that you are able to decide to choose whichever side of the trade-off.
Very good.
However, because we are learning, are there some indicators to use in choosing any of them? For instance, if you choose the lot size against the inventory, the inventory against transportation, what are the indicators that if I see or if I find myself in, I'll say, okay, because of this, I'll go on the side of the lot size, or I'll go on the side of the inventory, or because of this, I'll go on the side of inventory, or I'll go on the side of transportation. Are there some indicators to use?
My dear, it's a very good question. The indications are not there for you don't have straight jacket indications because they are different things altogether. But the first and foremost thing that you need to consider is the cost. Okay, the investment that you are making on each attempt. And then comparing it to the other trade-offs, comparing it to the other arm of the trade-off. So if you take lot size versus inventory trade-off, the moment you deploy, you make a decision, what are the cost implications for the two? One against the other, one against the other. And then that will let you know where either to break even or to balance the situation. And then either deploy or ask more or do more of one of them. You understand? So we don't have a straight jacket indicators, but the first thing to consider, or the most important thing to consider, is the cost, and then your cost deployment. If you are investing or putting in some money, or putting for an attempt or to take management decision for the supply chain and the customer, then you need to balance it. In as much that we want to satisfy the customer, that doesn't mean we should lose. If you continue to lose, you get out of a business, and then the customer will then be there for you again. So how do you balance it? The cost implications is the most thing that you need to consider. Very good. I like this class.
Yeah, yes, sir. A follow up to that. So now, if you say we should use cost, which I also agree, but to some extent, am I going the short term, long term, medium term? If I'm considering the cost, because some of the, for instance, when taking the decision, some of the management members or board members will be saying that, this in the long run it will pay off, and as at that time the resources available may only allow for some short term thing or some for medium term. What do we do? Do we go for a short term medium term or long term?
Yeah, so it's the same thing that as I was saying. For the short term, what are some of the deployments that you make? What are some of the investment that you make? What are your gains? Does it advise you to go medium term and then long term? You understand? So for each point in time, whether short, medium, or long term, you need to factor in the gains and the losses, and then see where you have to stop. Okay, sometimes you've been pumping money in R&D in such a way that you think, yes, it is a very good thing to do, but you realize that the R&D is not yielding that much result immediately or even for a long period. It's not going to yield that. What do? You have to pause and then consider other decisions that you want to take. Okay. So thank you very much. These are very good discussions that we have, because this is what makes you management, a management staff. Now, after master's level, you don't have to think like an officer. You think as a manager and even a director. Okay. So, Adubia, are you there with me, with us?
Yes, Doc, I'm here.
Very good. So, we want to continue our discussions. Let me see. Here we are looking at types of supply chain. Types of supply chain. And somebody you may reflect in the previous class, and then you said, no, we have the simple type, and then you have the complex type. Okay, you have the simple type and you have the complex type. Now, who can refresh our memories on the simple type? What did you say last time? The simple type and then the simple type. Hello? Oh,
Hello, Doc, we can hear you.
So what example did we give for the simple type? So we need to go a little bit faster than the previous. What example did we give for the simple?
So with the simple type, you realize that we have one block moving directly to the other and like that, going in a series form. So whatever materials go to and fro the same series. But when you get to the complex, you realize that one block may go through one series and will go through another parallel line and other parallel lines, and even others along the chain will also be crisscrossing like that, whilst information goes to and fro and materials see.
Yes, very good. Very good. That's James, eh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So, James, where do you work?
I'm with Aruka Global Limited and Bocadillos Ghana Limited.
Okay.
One is a catering, offshore and offshore catering, and the other is a construction.
Yeah. So, just as James explained, we have the simple type, and then that is where we deal with. Not as there are some organizations that are simple in that sense that they don't have many suppliers. They have one major supplier. Take the item to them. They have major distributor or wholesaler, retailer, and then sometimes they have a major or few customers. Okay, those are the simple type, and then those ones, like he said, the management of such supply chain is not that difficult, and in the same manner as the complex one, information flows upstream, and then material flows downstream. That's what you learned last time. And then we came to the complex type, and we said that for each stage of the supply chain, there's competition. There's too much competition. So suppliers, you don't have one supplier, you have so many suppliers. When it comes to chemicals, we have about 15 to 30 suppliers. When it comes to stationery, when it comes to equipment, parts and components, they are all into competition. When it comes to manufacturing, okay, we are not the only manufacturer. Okay, so some of the suppliers that come to us go to other manufacturers, our competitors. And then if you look at the arrows, we said last time that you can see the movement of materials is not in the straight jacket manner as the supply as it is with the simple type. Sometimes some suppliers skip some of the stages of the supply chain to make gains, and that's the complex type of the supply chain. That is very good. Now, today we are going to continue our discussions of the types, and we say why the metaphor of a supply chain, of the term chain. The word metaphor is a literature word that means using a name for something that does not even look at it that it is so. Okay, it's a figure of speech. Now, if you look at it, we are using the term chain, just as we have on our neck. Okay, chain. Okay, we all know chain. The reason why we are the metaphor chain is that it is each player contribute to value. You have small partners in the linkage form, and then each partner in that chain contributes what value through the processes that they add, to the activities that they add. Okay, and we say they are serial cooperation. They form direction, they move in a direction, okay, that will ensure that we all meet at one point. Okay, so there is that serial cooperation in the place of the chain. Now, what we mean here is that now the suppliers understand the suppliers ahead, and then the buyers ahead as well. The suppliers before, and then the buyers ahead in the chain. So each category of that loop, okay, considers what is before it and then what is after it. So there's that serial cooperation. Now this is cooperation contributing to what? Value, creating value in the process that we all end at the suppliers and the buyers end. And the buyer getting what they need. Then the same metaphor talks about mutual dependency. If you are alone, you cannot move. It is when you have other people that you move. Okay, so there's that dependency. You in that loop of the chain depend on the previous one. So you receive from them, and as we said last week, someone's output is another man's input. Once you also receive it, you receive as your input, you add value to it, and then you move it on to the next person. Okay, so it's like we are depending on, okay, one another. The person ahead of you, the person before you are dependent. We are dependent on one another. So that's why we use the word collaboration, integration, and all those things. We are going to talk about them. They are management decisions that we take. What stage do we have to collaborate? Which suppliers do we have to collaborate with them? Which partner do we have to integrate? And so on and so forth. These are all management strategies that we are going to look at. After the end of the class, you should be able to identify the nature of people that you are dealing with, the suppliers that you are working with, which of them have to be integrated, okay? Which of them have to be collaborated, okay? And why? Sometimes you need to leave a whole lot of people in the chain. The first, second, third, fourth chain, people in the chain, they don't matter too much to you. But the sixth supplier, so you can jump backwards to the sixth supplier there, and then see the need to bring them on board, integrate them and make them part of your organization. Why is this so? Okay, so we integrate, we depend mutually on one on another on the chain. And then I use the word linkages or the interface between members. It is the one part of your organization that connects with the other part and develop or create a linkage. I'm saying one part of your organization. For instance, an organization, a manufacturing organization, doesn't go totally linking up with other suppliers, but it is the procurement aspect, procurement department that link our organization to the suppliers organization. In the same manner, that supply organization also has a procurement and sourcing team that links that organization to another. Okay, and so we work hand in hand as we are linked, okay, in the interface. So, and we say it is continuous. It is continuous because the term chain breaks, and then you cannot use it. When it breaks, when one loop just breaks off, you cannot use it. So there should be a continuation, okay? A continuous, not only improvement, but linkage, partnership, collaboration with other people in the chain. Now,
I don't hear. I can't hear what you say. It's coming out. Let me see. Open
what
it.
is coming?
You remove it.
Who is this? So we say it is indeed more strategic than what we are explaining, and it develops when we see our partners or companies or organizations that we can network with. That can be part of this chain that we are discussing. Okay, so we have these 4 types that one Prof. Harland describes. He put this chain into 4 main ways. The first one is the internal supply chain. The second one is the dyadic supply chain. You have the external supply chain, and you have the network. Now, internal supply chain is very important because if we are not together to understand what we are bringing into the system, the activities we are supposed to perform, and then to turn or transform raw materials into what? Into semi-finished goods until we get it into finished goods, and we don't understand the system, who does what within the organization, supply chain will not work. There will be a breakage now. So if even there's a break within the internal system, our organization, companies where we work, if there's a break, the whole loop is broken, and then the chain is not there. You understand? So if you talk of internal supply chain, procurement starts, it's wrong to say that, but procurement in the actual sense, they start by getting the item from the suppliers, okay? And then through stores activities, they are kept there, or they are sent to the pre-assembly. I think last time you saw it, the model I showed you. Now, once it is sent to pre-assembly, they add value to it. That's the activities of the stores and inventory management. They add value to it by turning it, by combining, by breaking, by splitting. Okay, that is their nature, their work. As they do that, they push it to the production department in the simple supply chain, okay, internal. They issue those raw materials and items, parts and components, what have you, to the production department, design engineering department, manufacturing department. And then even in the manufacturing and all these ones, they have processes there. Sometimes some of the items will go through 5 machines before it comes out as a semi-finished good. Okay, that 5 machines, this one add value, this one receive and turn it, and then a whole lot of processes. And that's what we are supposed to know. Now, once they go through all this, one machine can break the entire, can disconnect, can break the entire loops of the supply chain, and then the chain will not exist. Because when production machine breaks down, procurement will not buy, supplier will not supply, supplier will not supply, and so on and so forth. So just within our internal supply chain, if there's a problem, it affects the entire supply chain. In the same manner, other organizations, if you look at the number 4, level 4, we have the network organizations. Each organization is a company. And when there's a break within their production department or units, design department or units, manufacturing department or units, no, the supply chain breaks. And then the entire system, external and then the internal, they're all having a problem. So we need to look at the internal supply chain from where do we start the item, from the procurement and store, we receive the item from the supplier, we add value from after that, receiving the item at sub-assembly, we add value, we move it to production, from production, go to a series of sections before it comes out. When it comes out, it gets to our marketing department. No, they are there to what? Sell the item. That's where the internal supply chain ends. Then we have the dyadic. The dyadic looks at simply looking at your immediate partners. Your immediate partners. So here we are looking at the immediate supplier. If I say immediate supplier, the one that supplies directly to our organization. Then we are looking at the immediate distributor. Somebody is on the line. Okay, please, your microphone should be off. Your immediate distributor. Okay, that distributor is somebody that immediately you produce, the marketing people sell to them. Okay, so the other is the two-way affair. How do we deal with the supplier? How do we deal with the distributor after marketing? So marketing deals with the distributor, procurement and supply chain people deal with what the supplier, and that's the dyadic. The two ways that we live, our left and our right, who are the immediate partners. Then we go to the external. The external supply chain are after the distributor, through the wholesaler, the retailer, and then the final consumer. These are our external. Then the supply, until the source of the raw material, the source of the product. Then last time, like I said, my lecturer who was teaching me supply chain was telling me, no, we have moved from supply chain to supply network. So here we are not looking at the people only in the chain, that the complex supply chain. We are looking at our competitors because we do not exist alone. If we say we are looking at the straitjacket supply chain, no. That wouldn't work because the chain is not the sole thing that we have. We have competitors. And if you compare, you have other independent activities, bearers, like the supply, research and development staff of organizations. We have other organizations that do not directly add value to, okay, or compete with us directly, but they are part of us. And if you don't manage the network well, we are having the chain working, but it will break. For instance, if you are working on all the suppliers and their partners are working, okay, and then ECG says, hey, we have doing so for 3 days. Where is the supply chain? So the supply network is very important. That is the complex nature, okay, of organization. To which organizations should we consider as part of the network? So the young man was saying that we have gone beyond supply chain to what? Supply network, where we look at facilities, organizations, companies, NGOs, whatever. We call them stakeholders. They are all in the supply chain. Even your stakeholders, the people where your factory is located, the citizens, the indigents, they are part of the network. Because once you are not satisfied, you are in trouble. Remember Nigeria Exxon Mobil or so. No, they acquired the land of these indigents, and then the government just took over. Said, no. This is the land belonging to the government. Then the guy says, okay, we have been on this land for all these years. So if you are giving it out as a concession to these people, then we need to be contacted because we are also part of the stakeholders. Nigerian government did not mind them until they also find a way. They look at the pipelines. The pipelines is in the bush, through to stations. During the night, they go and then siphon past the pipelines and then take fuel. What will you do? So they are part of the network. Organizations, companies, and so on and so forth that we have. Those are the people that we need to consider as people that we need to network with. Now, if you look at the simplified flows, okay, internally we have the procurement, production, storage, distribution, and then sales and marketing. Okay, and if you look at what we churn on, what we work on, information, materials, we work on finances. And those are the simple type. And the other is what we talk about, the focal point. The focal point is our organization. The focal point is our organization. So what happens between we and then the suppliers? They bring the inputs, okay? So we call them the first tier. Last time we mentioned the term tier, the first tier. So the supplier supplies to the first tier, and then the second tier, but here, the DIADIC, we are looking at just the focal your organization and the immediate partners. And here we mentioned the immediate distributor, the buyer. Okay. Finding it difficult to know whose microphone is on. Papa, are you on this line? On this platform?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here.
Please monitor and see whose microphone is on and find some
All right,
to communicate to the person.
Okay, sir.
Please be masters of your phone if you are using phone. If you are using laptop, fine, be masters. Last time something happened, not in Ghana Telecom, after your class, I teach another university. And not knowing he has given the phone to the girlfriend. And he has left the phone, and then the girlfriend was rather enjoying the class. And unfortunately, the lady was shouting, mention the person's name. Oh, they are calling you. I realized he was the one that was causing a whole lot of distortion in the class. And the lady was calling the boyfriend to come for to say, oh, wow, how could they be not the phone of our girlfriend? What will your girlfriend do if even she's doing the same course? So please, let's be master of our own equipment that we are holding. Okay, so suppliers, e-procurement, IT consultancy, transport for what? Provider, the distributor to the customer. And you can see, if you look at the middle role, we have supplier, that is what we call the DIADIC. The supplier supplying to our company, and our company supplying to the customer. And you can see the customer's customer, customer's customer. Okay. And then the focal point, if you look at the focal point, I hope you see my cursor. Okay, have transport services that they provide, because you need to transport other transport or outsource your transport and distribution. Okay, e-procurement, and then you have supplier. They provide. How does supplier provide financial service for financial services to our organization? Who can tell me how suppliers? Okay, this area. Okay, look at this. Where my Akyea is. How does supplier contribute to our finances?
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Why is that? I can't see when they raise their hands. Yes. Yes.
Sorry.
Let's hear you.
Please, can a supplier that gives let's say the product on credit, can it be classified as providing financial?
It is in a way. Yes, it's in a way providing financial services, and that's why the supply chain is very important. So procurement people is not everything that you go and buy with our company money. You have to do other arrangements, and that's why procurement. If you remember the evolution that we did from purchasing to procurement, the difference between purchasing and procurement. Purchasing man officer purchases. Think of purchasing and purchasing and purchasing. A procurement man acquires the item a company uses. You sometimes even sell before we make payment. Okay, so we can, if you have good procurement people, you don't need too much capital, but you can still work because our suppliers will provide. Market research.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, let me hear you.
Yeah, this is Eric Agu.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I just want to add to the supplier providing financial, becoming a financial provider.
Very good.
Typical example, I had this company who were ready to do business with me. And when we had a meeting, the supplier was ready to help me acquire the necessary stores and the warehouse before they start, supplying me. Even though I didn't have the capital, they were able to, support in that manner. So that is the practical way of being a financial provider, a supplier becoming a financial provider to you.
What church do you attend? I'll visit your church tomorrow. Tomorrow Sunday, I'll be in your church.
ICGC, so I will invite.
Okay. Hey, maybe to I'll be ICGC guy.
I'm interpreting.
Interpreting.
Yes, please.
That's great. That is great.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is the issue. Okay, it's the issue. No, previously there were things like that, but this time, it's not common because you like this how you are talking. I wish I could see your nose. Be faithful to the such a supplier. Maybe they may be outsiders, eh?
Yes.
Very good. Be faithful to so that other doors can be opened to other people for the same companies. Okay. And sometimes we meet this and we think they are fools. It is God who has led you to this. So you also have to go by God's way, because God always, if you're a good Christian, make sure you do the right thing. Eh? Anyway,
yes,
so welcome.
Hello, Dog.
Yes.
I want to add, if this also comes in place of that. Let's say a bank comes to GCTU and says, let me help the school build 4 or 5 buildings. Would that bank become a supplier in terms of financial supplies?
For what reason would they do that? And through what arrangement? Is it PPP? What arrangement is that?
B2B. How do you call it? I've forgotten the name, but where they will help you build, manage it, and after they transfer the ownership to you.
Okay.
That's
We have different types of build, operate, and transfer. Build, operate, and
BOT.
BOOT, and then BOO. Build, operate, and own. Okay, so you any of these can become a source of finance provided by our suppliers. Now, even buying in doing framework contract, doing framework. Sometimes the supplier will supply to you, and then you use, and then you pay after a while. Okay, sometimes they go into agreement with you for some, maybe 24 months or 36 months, you are going to supply a particular item. And then you only supply, sometimes they pay after 6 months. These are all ways of getting support from our suppliers. Now let's look at the supply chain decision. This morning, is it WPI? Yes, ask the questions. One came drew our attention that the trade-offs are decision-making tools that we consider. They are decision-making activities whereby we need to consider the losses as we deploy or invest in an area. Okay, so that we compare boot for boots, whether indeed it is worth going through that. Now we are going to see the hierarchy of supply chain decisions. And so that, as we have learned from other management courses, that we have a strategic level. And at strategic level, we offer long-term decisions. And people who can help us offer long-term decisions are the big men. Okay, they're usually not many. They are few. Sometimes the directors, 2 directors, and then the board. 3 directors and the board. The MD, the deputy managing director, finance administration, and then the deputy managing director, technical and operations. Sometimes they constitute strategic decision makers. And so they take decision, take into consideration the vision and the mission of the organization, and then the direction that we are going. Okay. Now, this people, when their decision fails, when it fails, we are in trouble because it is strategic, it is capital, the capital involvement is high at this stage. Then we have tactical level decision making, and those are the medium-term decisions that we take. And just as the name implies, it's being taken by middle management. So sometimes chief managers, deputy managers, assistant managers, okay, they take decision for medium term. And then we have operational level, day-to-day operations. That's what you do every day, every week. Okay, those are the operational level in supply chain. Now, if you go straight to the strategic supply chain decisions, no, because they take long-term decisions, okay, some of the decisions are permanent. They become policies that are permanent, okay? And I said their decisions are closely aligned to the corporate strategy. I mentioned vision, mission, and then sometimes the goals of the organization, so that they make sure that the organization does not deviate so much from the mission and the vision of the organization. Then we said at that level, there's a long-term forecast. Okay, there's a long-term forecast. They consider periods, sometimes 5 to 10 years, what you want to do, the direction you want to go, based on that. Sometimes if even they want to deviate from the mission, they have to take decisions and then justify why they are now moving away from their main vision or the mission. Okay, then they guide to the supply chain policies for the organization. They require huge resource commitment. As I said, decision affects the whole organization. If they fail, the organization fails. Now, we have moved by determining strategic decision by this only. This time we are looking at using technology to make decision or to take a decision that will push or drive the company to the next level. Now, so people are doing a lot of publishing a lot of articles on strategic decision making in supply chain. One of such publications I read was titled "Data Management in Smart Manufacturing Supply Chains: A Systematic Review of Practices and Applications," which was written in 2025. Okay, now these guys, Sigma, Ghani, and then Garib, okay, the article was published in 2025. Now, if you look at their article, they said, no, it is not just about duration and about the people, but this time we are looking at modern manufacturing. Okay, modern manufacturing. So whatever decision that we are taking, you consider the transformation through the adoption of the Industry 4.0 technologies. And if you read, it's about combining industrial revolution involving the IoTs, the IAs, and combine all these robotics and then other analytics in supply chain in taking a decision. So it's about data. Once you have data and you have all these systems in place, okay, you feed the systems with good data, and then they tell you the decision to take. So if you have, when it comes to the trade-offs, you feed in the you are putting in, you want to store this, and that will be used for this period. If you give all this data to this system, the IoT, Internet of Things, okay, and what have you? I think you have Dr. Obeyin that also have taught you a lot of that. If he hasn't teach you, okay. So if you combine, if you get enough data and put in this, using the industry 4.0 technologies, okay, you'll be able to come up with a decision for a long period that will be so beneficial to the customers and yourself, and even for parties or partners in the supply chain. Okay, so it's not a matter of the past ways that which Ghanaian companies, manufacturing companies are still doing. Rely on data, using time series analysis and using those analysis that we're learning those times. This time, getting the right data, feeding it with the IoT, feeding it with the AIs and what have you that you have installed in your systems. Somebody monitoring the systems, and then they'll give you a long-term decision that will not fail. Taking into consideration so many factors. You understand? So we need to invest in some of these things. Let your companies, your manufacturing companies, your CEOs, if you are part of them, please invest in some of these things. And you take a decision that will propel the company, okay, and put them on top or ahead of competition. We are in competition. As you study from the complex supply chain, okay, suppliers are competing, manufacturers are competing, distributors are competing, wholesalers are competing, even the distributors. The wholesalers know they are competing. You have a shop doing a wholesale for a company. Before you realize the next two shops, another wholesaler is there. So every level of the supply chain, every stage of supply chain is in competition. And so we need to take a decision that will help us to let our company survive. The second one that we look at is the tactical supply chain decision. Tactical supply chain decision. Now, so the heading is strategic supply chain, but the decision is tactical. Okay, so here we are looking at the intermediate, medium term, ranging from 3 months to 1 year. So activities that we perform from 3 months to 1 year, we consider tactical. We are going to see detailed things that we do, decisions that we take, okay, under these 3 areas: strategic, tactical, and then operational. Then the second point here, that decisions are refined, okay, as required by the specific needs of the company. Now, we have the strategic decisions. So based on the strategic decisions, we sit down and see the middle managers, what we can do. And we say it is also focused on adopting measures that will produce cost benefits. Now let's look at operational. Operational is usually the young ones, the officers and below. Fresh from school, we train them, and then they take operational decisions by coming up with activities that will not go beyond them. So short-term decisions making, ranging from a week to day-to-day basis, focus on activities that affect how products are developed, manufactured, sold, and moved along with the supply chain. Operational decisions are made with regards to the strategic and then tactical decisions that are applied. Now, if you come back to strategic decisions, these are the areas: size and location of, these are management. And don't think if I say management, you are not management. And that's why we are learning it here. Any decision that considers the size and location of the manufacturing, with the warehouse, distribution center, facilities, and so on. These are what? Strategic. Who can tell me why should this be a strategic decision? Taking a decision to consider the size and the location of the manufacturer of our company. Why should it be a strategic? Hello, I don't see where some people raise up their hands this time.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Doc.
Okay, so Obed.
Okay,
Obed,
sir.
let's hear it.
I'm wrong. What I can say about this is a strategic decision because it's going to take, it's a long-term planning that will take the company long. It's a long-term planning. That is what I can say about it.
Long term.
Yes.
So,
Because citing the warehouse and other facilities is I see it to be a long-term arrangement planning.
okay.
But it's going to drive the company for long. Going to drive the company for long.
And they're also going to use companies' investment because and then it is also going to be a deciding factor for the success of the company. A deciding factor for the success of the company.
Exactly.
So the success or otherwise of the company. Now, if we take a decision to locate a manufacturing plant and you don't look at where you are locating it, you see where we have, for instance, our sugar factory that has been in the political limelight. Okay, this party will push it to another party will push it. Now that is not too good. If you are locating a sugar factory, what do you consider? Okay, so that warehouse and distribution center is also very important. If you locate a warehouse and distribution center in the wrong place, you will regret it. How long are you going to break even? How long will it take to break even, let alone getting you some profit? So you need to consider and then factor in so many things. And that's what I said, we can use what IoT and then AI and other things to do that. Using Industry 4.0 technologies. Product life cycle. The product life cycle management for new and existing products. No, I believe you know what product life cycle is. The product is like a human being. Product behaves like a human being. It has a time that is conceived. You have product conception period, a time that is born, that we do outdooring, a time that it grows, a time that it becomes maturity, a time that it starts declining, become an old lady or old man. Okay, and then there's this that the fantasy people say that abroad neighbor, that if you can manage even when you are old and become younger by rejuvenating yourself with money. Okay, so what happens is that even when you are old, you can still rejuvenate by taking good vitamins, using good creams and whatever to become a young lady again. Okay, so that's how a product is. Now, how we manage product life cycle, okay, is a management decision. Now, there's a soap in Ghana which never dies. That long, how do you call it?
Key soap.
Key soap. Yes, the key soap. Sometimes you will not hear of it. You go to the market, it's there. Then later they will do promotion. Okay, they do promotion, and then they make a lot of noise and rejuvenates it, brings it back, okay, on its feet. So that's how it is. Product life cycle, it depends on what your management decisions are. Which type of product do you have? Which cycle of the product do you have? Okay, which one can we push to get to matured, declines, and then it rejuvenates and become younger again? Okay, why do we have to choose some particular products? Some products comes and then they die. Okay, when we were those days, there was this company that came with LG, it came with Samsung, called Mitsui. Mitsui, I don't know if some of you remember. Now, Mitsui came and then they commissioned their products, and then just as LG and Samsung, and then they couldn't manage Mitsui products, and then they are out of the system. So in the same manner, if you have management, what type of management product life cycle behavior are you adopting for which of the products? And then why is the product so, some of them living for long, and others come and then after short fry, you not hear it. Now, Papa, do you want to say something? I'm having a challenge with when arms are raised. Okay, so let's move on. Then the next one is determine products to be manufactured. Yes, it is a very key. It's a management key in the supply chain. If you are determining which product to be manufactured, okay, what factor do you consider and why? Distribution network design, very important, very, very, very strategic. Now, if you don't get right network for your distribution, you are in trouble. You send things to where in the factories, in the warehouses, okay, in the sales point where they will expire. Okay, so you design your network in such a way that the trucks move through the right places to your customers, creating depots, okay, for people in some areas, building smaller shops for your products. Then partnership or equipment capabilities. Okay, we need to know which equipment that we buy, what are their strengths, how long will it take us, or their production limit, their output limit. We need to consider all these things. Yeah, and then partnership with supplier, and then third-party logistics. Which companies in the supply chain do we form partnership? We have seen a long chain of supply that we call supply chain, long supply chain. And then I said we manage all these tiers of suppliers, but which of them do you consider to be partners? Which of them do you consider to collaborate? Which one do you consider to integrate? Okay. Now, supplier contracts, customer relations, and then make or buy decisions. You do make or buy decisions as a topic. So these are our strategic decisions. Now, when it comes to the medium and the medium term decision making or tactical level decision making, we are looking at weekly demand forecast, production planning, materials requirement planning, product to equipment assignment. Which product do we assign to which equipment? Okay, for production. Which products? Okay. Now, inventory optimization, development of warehouse strategies, developing purchasing strategy with favored suppliers, developing purchasing strategy. Okay. Now, we also have distribution and then transportation planning, which is at our level, media management. Then we have developing cost-effective transportation, defining business of processes, define performance metrics. So which performance metrics do you define? Okay, giving ourselves some yardstick of measurement, okay, it is within our purview as officers that we should be able to do that. Using industry best practices to work with logistics companies to develop cost-effective transportation and developing what? Warehouse strategies. These are all tactical. Now, if you come to the operational level, that's what I said, from the clerks, the systemers, the SS people, up to officers. Okay, these are the areas that we put them. Okay, they do perform operational activities. And then a summary of some of the activities that they perform is what? Demand planning and forecasting. Okay, we involve them when they are demanding because they are at the operational level and they don't know how many that we produce per given point in time. Production scheduling for each manufacturing facility, making schedule changes to production. Okay, determination of the optimal levels of order quantities and so on and so forth. Sourcing, production operations, okay, including the consumption of materials and flow of finished goods. These are things that we do at the factory floors, at the regular routine activities that we perform for our department. Purchasing agreements with suppliers. These are not major agreements. Okay, a few, not much using technologies like the IoTs, because these ones, we can take such decisions and they will not be queried. Purchasing agreements with suppliers, expediting the inbound and outbound operations, and then receiving inventory. The logistics management, Professor Dr. Nana Prempe will teach you inbound and then outbound operations management, okay, and the logistics. Then how we receive inventories and what have you. Any questions at this stage? So we are considering at this stage where we are in our organization and even where your seniors, like the directors, your chief managers, at least you need to know your level, the limit with which you can decide or take a decision for the company, an area that is within or under your purview, under your limits. So you don't take decisions that is beyond you. But these are our supply chain decision-making levels that we're supposed to know. Any questions? Now, we're going to look at the strategy. Yes.
No, good morning. Good morning to you as well.
One, sir. Is that James?
No, this Tony speaking.
Tony.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Doc, I wanted to talk about how supply chain also help us to manage our finances. But my hands was raised, but I think he couldn't notice it when he asked a question about it.
Okay. I'm having a challenge here. I don't know why today I don't see your hands up on my screen when you raise it. I'll be fidgeting with my. Forgive me, I'm an old man, eh? So sometimes I struggle to get the system work. Okay, so let's hear you, my dear.
So, Doc, one way supplier helps our finances is, when we partner with them for a long time, it helps us to break into our, talking of economies of scale, dealing with suppliers for a long time. So they help, when we buy items from them in bulk, okay, it helps to also reduce the cost of purchasing those items. When you are dealing with such suppliers and you are able to buy in bulk, your cost of, they give you bulk discounts when you establish a long partnership with them. And also when you are in business with them for a long time and there is price fluctuations. Because you are loyal to them, they are also able to have a stable price with you, and this helps to improve cost efficiency, and then we will be able to compete in a competitive market. Thank you.
That's my Tony Miles, eh?
Yes, Doc.
Oh, Mr. Miles. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Who is this again? Who is
Sir,
this?
Jude Asiedu.
Okay. Let's
Sir,
say.
please, when we were discussing the complex supply chain, you made us to understand that there's always a competition. I want to find out, in the case of such issue, when one link is weak, do we drop that link, or we equip it, or we search for a new link? Thank you.
Summarize your question and say it again.
What I meant was, when we're discussing the supply chain, the complex one, you made us to understand that there's always a competition because you have a lot of suppliers coming in. I wanted to find out if your link is weak, there's one weak in your link, that and that person is delaying in your supply for you also to supply another person. Do we drop that link and search for a different person, or we equip the person? I wanted to know.
Very good. No, that's what we are learning now. If you keep dropping, at a point in time will come, you will have nobody to be your supplier. And so sometimes you go through your supply chain, your suppliers and tiers of suppliers. You realize that some companies lack some things. No money, they have money, but they lack other things. You make sure you provide, because once they get, by the time the item reaches your end, it's of the right quality. You don't do further heating, further warming, further refrigerating, further resizing, downsizing, whatever. We don't reshape anything because it has been done already. It makes you save a lot. And that's where integration will do get there. That's where integration comes in. But before you integrate somebody, if you're able to identify those weak suppliers, but they are providing important services to us, or providing us some goods, what we do is that we raise them. And that's what we call supplier development. We develop them to come to our path, so that when we sit in a meeting with them, they understand our language, we understand them. Because without them, we cannot survive. So we develop them by giving them education. Sometimes we tell them, there's a cost here. Please, I want your manager to go. Some companies sponsored me to UK without paying anything, just to go for Scotland to train. You understand? So if you know your company has somebody, okay, and your company has another supplier, the company is good, they are the people who they succeed, you also succeed. You start training them, you start bringing them up. So education and training, sometimes they are very good, they have what it takes, but they lack funds. Sometimes you give them loan, just as a friend gave that example. You support them to establish well. Once they establish well, we are gone. We are building a chain, and I say when one loop of the chain breaks, the whole thing is in trouble. Okay, it's in jeopardy. So what happens is that you go through, you examine the chain and see which supplier. It could be the fourth supplier, or it could be the ninth supplier that is causing the whole chain to suffer. What do? What is their problem? Is it because of money? Is it because their system, their machines are too old? Can you invest in their equipment so that they pay by installment? We do all these things to keep the supply chain working. So with the chain, like we said from the beginning today, we don't see ourselves as island. We see other people in the chain as part of our organization. And that's why we do integration. Okay, so when they are weak, you raise them. Some of the companies, you can see they are not contributing so much. They involve, they need so much capital, which you cannot provide. You just outline them. But some of them include that, no, these guys, if you don't bring them up, we are in trouble. We are going the next 10 years, 10, 15 years, by permission, by our vision, we want to go by next 10 years. Producing this in the first 5 years, the next another 5 years, you are producing 2 other things by products, brands, and the next 15 years, you are doing this expansion. Is that their mindset? Is that their vision? Is that their, so we have something like called destiny. We have put our destinies into each other. I want to go by 15 years, becoming the giant of this in the production of maybe plastic products. Who are the suppliers? That's why for the sugar factory like this, we needed to have gotten farmers, educate them, let them start producing the sugar cane, so that we can do it. By the time the machine is installed and everything, the factory is ready. We have raw materials. Okay, so if you know what you need to do, who are the people, which of the companies that will do and do it the best? What do they need? What do they lack? Sometimes they have equipment, they have staff, but they have autocratic leader. Sit the person down. All what you can do to bring them on board to sit the autocratic leader down and then let them be part of their decision making. So sometimes we hold meetings not with our engineers, with the heads of department in our company, but also with the heads of department of other supplying companies. Okay, James, let me hear you and then
Okay. Yes, sir. One of the companies I am working with has one of its networks having the diet, the immediate diet from the supply side and the diet at the customer side being the same. Is this a weakness, please? The immediate supplier, the first year, is the same as the customer, the immediate customer. Is it a weakness or a strength, please?
You have two fronts, the downstream and the upstream.
Yes,
you use customer for the downstream.
Yes.
And then you use tier.
Yes.
The upstream.
So the main supplier, they are suppliers, but the main supplier is also the main customer.
He supplies you the item you work on, and then he comes to buy.
Yes.
Wow, that's a simple supply thing. And so we are asking who is weak? The same person.
Is that who is what, please?
No, I didn't come out with your question again.
Okay, so I'm saying that one of the businesses I'm working with, one of the companies I'm working has a network. And that network, supply chain network, and that network has the main supplier also being the main customer. And I'm asking whether this is a weakness or a strength.
No, you being in the middle, okay, at the focal organization.
Yeah.
You need to develop, you need to identify other people in the team. So it's a simple supply chain that you are let me know. But you need to develop, push it to more complex supply chain that would be beneficial to all the partners or the parties. So get more suppliers. Why is it the only supplier? Get more buyers. Why is it the only buyer?
No, there are other buyers, but I'm talking about that particular. Okay, there are other supply chains or other supply networks, but that particular network, instead of like one different entity being the supplier and another being the customer, it's has survived for years now, and it's one of the juicy contracts of that line of that business. That business has survived for a long time. But just as you said, you need to find more suppliers, you need to find more customers for that network. So I'm sitting back, I ask myself, we'll be enjoying this, but is it a strength or a weakness?
Oh, I think to me, I would say it's more of weakness than a strength.
So it's more of a
weakness than a strength, because if you not until you get him more suppliers to compete with him, you wouldn't know whether, even though it's juicy, it will be more juicy, it will be juicier or more juicy than it is now if you get more suppliers. If you get competitors to compete with them, you rather, oh, not now we're getting each transaction, you're getting $10. Now this time, oh, with the new supplier, we are getting $15 to $20. Not until you move, you not see. Okay, and so we need to explore, get more suppliers, okay, in the chain to compete with him, and then explore, get more customers to buy your items. Once you get more customers, even you get additional 2 suppliers, and they don't buy to that volume that he buys, at least it will add up, and then you'll be getting more good profits than it is now. Yes. There's Cobbler, Emmanuel. Let's hear you, then you move on. Cobbler.
Yeah, myself, my hand is up, so don't pass by me.
Is that Cobbler?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, let's
Hello,
say.
sir. Thank you. To me, if I understood my colleague very well, I think he was saying the main supplier is the main customer. If that's what I heard right, then I think it's more of a strength than to the company that than weakness, because he supplies is let me use this as an example. Assuming let's use the Commander Sugar Factory, for example. He produces his raw material on its own. So anytime, anywhere, he knows that this is the season that the company will be needing its raw material. So quickly, he makes the raw materials available for the uses of the company's uses. So in with that part, he will not meet any challenges like failure or disappointment. And also, it also mitigates cost to me. Hello?
Yeah, listen.
Yeah. So in this sense, there will not be failure as and when you are dependent on your suppliers to supply you your raw materials for use, and they faces a whole lot of challenges here and there. So to me, if the how do you call it, the customer is the main supplier, to me, it's more of a strength to the company. Thank you.
Okay. That is fine. But what I mean is that it is not the best. Not until you get more suppliers, you wouldn't know you are making a mistake. Yeah, you are getting some profits, but try and then move on. Because if the same company gets somebody like you who have been buying, maybe the other company will buy higher prices, and then before you're ready, they have left you.
Yes.
So always, that's why company thrive, okay, with strategically with years in planning. And you plan for the next 5 years, what will you do? The next 15 years. So you can't continue to be working with same supplier, becoming no, you need to explore and then see other avenues that is available to you. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Now let's look at strategy and competitive advantage.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
This is Obed. I want to ask one question, then we'll move on.
Okay, which Obed is this? Okay, Obed, yeah.
We talk about strategic decision and the tactical strategic decision, which has to be with the top managers, and then the tactical has to be with the middle managers, and then the last one, which is operational officers. And we know mostly the top managers, which is the strategic decision, has to be with long-term goal. And then the middle managers to be short.
Hello. Oh, yoga. Yeah.
Can you mute yourself, Richard?
Yeah.
Richard, please, can you mute yourself? Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so talking about the tactical, which was going to be with short-term needs. And my question is, how do we balance?
No, David, we can't hear you properly.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
All right, that's fine.
It's better now, but go reverse and let's hear you because of the.
That's fine.
Okay, so basically, what I'm saying, or what I'm asking is, we talk about three things: strategic decision, tactical, and the operational. So to summarize, how do we balance short-term needs with long-term goals?
Okay. So just as the levels are.
Yeah.
The directors and the big men take strategic decisions. And these strategic decisions are implemented by the middle managers, okay, through tactical ways of solving or implementing those decisions. And the tactical ones too are broken into the young ones, okay? So everybody has a work to do. Okay, so you don't need any alignment, but what happens is that what was the decision by the board last Wednesday? They said management should do this. So once that we know what management should do, which of the managers are to do what? We break and we split into areas of our decision making, and we take action. Then out of that we take. We ask the young ones to do other things. So the decision for the younger ones, okay, and make sure it works for the middle and for the management. It is just like that, okay. I hope you are very good. Yeah. So we are going to look at the other aspect of it, and then we'll continue. And that is about strategy. We are looking at supply chain management. Supply chain management. Then the cost strategy is a course, and there are several books written on it. Corporate strategy, strategic management. They are is a course. And in supply chain, we consider strategy, okay, because it's a strategy that makes us know which policies and which activities and actions to deploy. Okay, so strategy and competitive advantage. Now, it is very important because we are in competition. We are in competition, and we learn from this complex type of supply chain that we are in competition. So all the stages in the suppliers, the 9th tier, 8th tier, 7th, 6th, to the main tier of supplier, they are all in competition at their levels. Okay, so what strategy do we put in place to make our company more competitive? So you can see the strategy that we put into being that will make us more competitive will not affect us alone. What should our distributors do so that the customers will get the items, so that the items get to the customer safe, so that the items get to the customer very neat? What would apart from this, will the wholesalers also do? They can combine items, okay, so that, it is a whole sort of chain. Now, competitive advantage simply means the edge. Edge. Now, let's see how we define the strategy, how we define strategy. You said it is the direction and scope of an organization, the direction and scope of an organization over the long term, which achieves advantage in a changing environment through its configuration of resources and competences with the aim of fulfilling stakeholders' expectations. The stakeholder here refers to the customer. And that is Johnson, Scholes, and Washington. Okay, 2021. Now, if you look at the definition, well, it's about direction and scope. Okay, over a long term. And then helping us to achieve what? Achieve a competitive advantage. So the direction that you go to enable us to achieve competitive advantage is what the strategy is. So we develop our corporate and business strategies to make sure that whichever the case, we get the competitive advantage. Now, my focus is even what the competitive edge is. And then these people, Brandenberger, is a German, Nollebeff, in 2018, defined, makes this statement. Okay, so successful business strategy is about actively shaping the game you play, not just playing the game you find. Listen to this well. So successful business strategy is about actively shaping the game you play, not just playing the game you find. So it's about you trying and always working on where you have reached, changing things, bringing continuous improvement, sending quality signals, making people in the chain know that, yes, we are changing always for the better by improving quality, by improving delivery delays, okay, improving the size, making customers satisfied, increasing the size, making the shape, giving more options, okay, for the products, so that customers will feel comfortable when using the item. Now let's look at Hamel and Prahalad. Hamel and Prahalad. Okay, in 2020, they also make this statement, which I prefer. I like this statement. They say the essence of strategy, take this one well. The essence of strategy lies in what? Creating tomorrow's competitive advantage faster than competitors mimic the ones you possess today. It's putting you ahead. You have put strategies in place in such that the competitive advantage that you have now is what? It's making you so faster. It's making you ahead than even what the companies. No, once you create a competitive advantage, people start to mimic you. They start to copy you. They start to. So one thing that somebody will bring, like sensors. No, Koreans are very good in sensors. So American companies and whatever, they all go to Korea because they have the leaders there. Sensor in vehicles, sensors in machines, sensors in so many things. Just a small thing, it has like a brain that's, redirects you, asks you to do some other things, if you follow. Now, so here they say the essence of developing these sensors lies in creating tomorrow's competitive advantage faster. So tomorrow there will be competitive advantage. People will compete with whatever that you have produced. But whatever that they produce, they can only mimic what you have now. By the time they are mimicking what you have, they are producing the next one tomorrow. You understand? So if you have this in mind, your company always is ahead. It's always ahead. Because once you produce and people start copying, you are moving to the next stage. And that's the competition that we want. Now, if you talk about competitive edge or competitive advantage, the competitive advantage is the edge, okay, that our consumers see different from whatever the other people are producing. For the same product, for a laptop, what have you gained through competitive advantage? What edge have you had? What additional facility, feature, okay, have you added that make other customers leave whatever they are loyal to and come to buy from you? Last time we discussed what a loyal customer is, a satisfied customer is, and then a delighting customer is. I believe you remember. Even though some people are loyal, okay, as customers, what is happening here is that we are putting some features in place such that even as the customers try to mimic it, they try to copy, they try to do similar thing, okay, benchmark. Now, after they benchmarking what you have today, before they come out, you have gone another step, right? Because you have the competitive edge, something that makes you unique in the production of the same item. So we need to do a lot of investments. We need to do research, invest so much in research and development. That's what Africa, we don't understand. Research and development. If you Google any company in China, UK, Europe, and then US, one thing that you see is that this company has invested so much in research and development. It's the amount that you invest in research that shows your ability to stay in competition and having the competitive edge for the organization. Okay, so what you need to do is that you need to invest in R&D. Sometimes I remember I went to a business visit for 16 days in China, and that's what I learned from them. They will take you around in their factories. This is the engineer, this is this, and then they show you everything. When it gets to R&D, then they mention them professor so and so. Sometimes you see a very white old person. You could see the person is in their 70s. Okay, no, you see this white mouse, because it was hospital settings that I mostly visited, hospital productions, the consumables, and then the laboratory items, and they use this whitest mouse, and they use it, try or whatever they do on them before they come out. And then when they mention, that's what I learned from them. When they mention, this is Professor so he is the head of research and development, then they raise their lenses and see whether the name rings a bell. What I mean is they pick people who have names in research and development. Now, if you really want to be in competition, be ahead of competition, be ahead of the people that are struggling with you, what you need to do is to invest deeply, invest heavily in research and development. Okay, so with research and development, you use the new industrial technologies, new technologies that have come, and then make sure you go ahead your competitors. So investing aggressively in creating sustainable competitive advantage is the company's single most dependable contributor to the overall average profitability. So here we are looking at making profit through the development of the edge. What makes us so superior? What makes us so unique? Why are people struggling to come and get hold of our food, our products, our chemicals, our hair products? Why are people doing so? Because of added something that other people do not have. And that's what we call competitive edge. So competitive edge can not only be in prices, that low price, but also in quality, more features. Okay, more features available. Okay, user friendly. Now, if it's food, sweet but no sugar. I mean, things that people cannot do, because you are doing something uniquely and giving you the edge, okay, that we call competitive edge. So here you gain the edge over your rivals in attracting customers. You gain your edge. Now, don't look too far. Whatever that you are doing, if you can be a seamstress, you can be a supplier, you can, whatever that you are, what is your competitive edge? What is your competitive advantage? So once you gain an edge over your rivals, now say, this lady, where has she been getting her products? You've been doing it yourself. You sit down to research and so that combine information from the field and then try to put so many things in it that will draw the attention of the supplier. Yes, this is what you have. So that they consume your product, they take your products. No, for this product, I will not go and buy any other product because I'm so okay with it. I become so loyal. Okay, so you need to defend against the competitive edge. After getting the edge through research and development and coming out the new innovative product, what you do is that you protect it through the legal means by registering. For Ghana here, we have some of these institutions to register, but still people will use your product. Now, what is the objective of creating a competitive strategy? One, to generate a competitive advantage. To generate a competitive advantage, to generate a competitive edge, to create something new. Okay. Now, two, to increase the loyalty of customers. The old customers that we have, so no, this product I've used it several for years, but now they have even gone in a different dimension, which is more appealing. Okay. Then, so the loyal customers, they have become more loyal than before. Those customers that came to try are also getting satisfaction, and they soon become loyal, and then you are getting major, bigger market share, and that's how your company will thrive. And then also to beat competition. To beat competition. So here, what you do attract customers. You do try to withstand competitive pressures because of your uniqueness of your product. You strengthen your market position. There's a faster time to market quickly because you have gone ahead in production. You have gone ahead in research. So if you want to change a product, you do it faster. If you really want to launch or commission or outdoor a product, you do it faster. Focus for new or improved products and services. And if you're going to do so, then you need to look at what? Your production methods and your production processes. It's the production method that has made you unique, making you produce unique products. That has given you that competitive advantage. And your processes. Sometimes you don't need to go through about the 7 or the 8 steps, using 7 or 8 machines from here to go to the next machine B, to go to line C, machine D. No. About 2 or 3 machines. Go to Japan, Germany, go to some of such countries, and then get yourself machines that do not go so many processes before you get the product out. First machine, second, third, the product is out, packaged in that order. Okay, so it becomes so competitive. So this company, if you order, you don't have much problem. They have the competitive edge. So you focus on what? The production method. If it's an cake, go into the system, find out from other countries, how have they gotten it? What can you do to make sure you get it? Change the processes, change people, change equipment. Okay, then research and development I've mentioned, value supply chain, the values, the supply chain value in that we have, how creation value has been created in the chain, the design, the value engineering system, the value engineering. Who can tell me what is value engineering? What does it mean? What is the value engineering? Yes, the platform is so quiet. What is value engineering?
Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Yeah, value engineering basically deals with the products that you are providing. You trying your best to re-engineer it, to remake it so that you reduce cost but provide exactly the same product. We can use phones for an example. There are some components within the phone let's say if you take an iPhone, there are some components within the iPhone which will make the cost of production increase. So what Apple will try and do is they will try to re-engineer the iPhone by trying their best to limit the cost to produce some of its components without changing the overall usage of the phone. So the phone will still remain competitive just as previously it was, but the components within it, they will try to re-engineer it. They will try to reproduce it in a way that it will limit the cost, but provide more profit for the organization. Thank you.
Who is the one that spoke? Who just spoke?
Ishmael Ado, please.
Ishmael, very good, very good, very good. I don't need to add anything. It's a very good example. So it's about optimizing cost without compromising quality. Optimizing cost without compromising quality. Okay, so here what you do is that, like you said, I don't need to add anything. You optimize cost. You try to bring down cost, and then make sure that doesn't affect quality. For the quality, your customers have accepted what you have now. So if you look at cost and then beat down the cost in such a way that it affects the quality, okay, that they've been getting, that is not value engineering. That's not value engineering. So you try to optimize cost by spending the second or the lowering cost that you used in production without affecting quality. That's what value engineering. Okay, so we have consumer research, and then research on the if you say consumer research, that's what Ghana companies don't do. After production, sales to the public, what you need to do is we need to get feedback. We use students. If you go to UK, they use students. They use college and the university students. You go and then they give you some small money and then they send you out. Okay, go, you stand at the shop, at the entrance of a shop, you stand at the entrance of the market, you stand at a mall, and then you'll be distributing sheets. But what I like about UK and other advanced countries, people is that once they take it, they will retake. Okay, so you can say, oh, you please go. As you go, you put in a dustbin. The next dustbin, put in there. Or the next, there's a box there. A suggestion box, please put it there. So you don't waste the time. As is going, is be taken and taken there. It drops it in the box. So in the evening, you go and collect all those stuff. So sometimes if you dish out about 20 sheets a day, you have about 11 to 12 people responding. And then this data that you collect, you send into the to the company, and then they process it. And then with the use of AI and other things, they get what the customer is saying. So this research on the customer will help you to grow, will help you, because once you get the customer's feedback, now you are going to work on it. But here in Ghana, hardly would you see a company coming to find out from you after you consuming something what you have had. Okay, and it's not good. Now, generic customer expectation. These are the customer expectation generally for, consumers. You want to see low price. So I say it has affected my life for procurement. I've done procurement all my life in the industry, practicing it, and now in academia teaching it. If I go to the market or I come to a shop, and unfortunately for you, you are the first person that I ask the price, hardly will I buy from you. I need to get prices. So once I ask, and you are the first person, I just notice either on my phone or on the paper or in my head, and then I move on. I'll ask 3, 4, 5. If I come back to you, it means indeed you have the lowest price, all things being equal. And then honestly, it has affected my life because I see no reason why you buy from the first source without knowing other prices. And so we want to see for the same thing of the same product, why is that other people are charging low and other people are charging high? Okay, sometimes Somebody will tell you, oh, in the nobody, our price is high because you see where we are, we come this far to market. Our shop is as far, and we come this far to market. So you see, so should I have to pay for your transportation necessary? Why don't you locate your market close to where you save savings? Okay, so this is what a trade-off. Okay, now so the low price, that's what customers want. High quality. So you see, it is very conflicting. They want high quality at the lowest price. How possible? But that's what the customers want. That's what the generic customers' expectation. High quality power, but at the low price. And that's what Chinese think they are doing. But as to whether there's quality in whatever they offer, when you get to quality discussion, we'll see whether indeed they are right. Low price, high quality, quick services, many features. The product should have many features. Okay, if it's a fan, it should have a light in it. So when I'm asleep, I will not put on the main light. I'll put a colored light from the fan. So here you are getting I don't know, I'm not using the right term, sleeping bulb light, okay, colored light with a fan. Okay, some fans, some ceilings, fans have speakers in it. Ceiling fans, they have speakers in it. So you will not see where the sound is coming from. It's in the fan. These are adding more features, many features for the same product, the same size, the same price, satisfying unique needs. Okay, and then ethical and environmentally sound product. Now we'll do ethical procurement, and then we'll understand what ethical, buying things from the right source. Okay, considering the environmental issues and whatever. Then traceability, how we can be able to get the source of your product. How be able to get what the contents are. This time people have become so smart in reading ingredients. The moment they pick it, they read ingredients. Okay, what is contained in the product before they will buy. Okay, and that's what the customer is quickly looking at. Any questions at this stage? Now, strategy.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Please,
So let's see.
Yeah, Doc, please, in your submission, you mentioned about you finding out from other sellers, to get to know their prices. And I think you are seeing it in the point of a competitive market. Customers compare prices between sellers. So even if a product is available from one seller at a lower price, they may check others to see if a better deal exists. So sometimes this shows that the low price alone is not just enough, but customer expects competitive pricing and a fair value. So I want to say that I so much agree with you on this point. But customers are very smart and are also informed, because we are in a competitive market and prices are also well known. Thank you.
Hello, Doc.
No, before I listen to the second speaker or the next speaker, I use the term all things being equal.
Okay.
If I know the product I'm dealing with, the source, the nature, the packaging, the quality, the size, the shape, okay, their effectiveness and everything. If I compare, if I know all these things, means that's why I say all things being equal, then the lowest price will come. But for procurement and supply chain, we don't buy just the lowest price. The lowest price is just a minor. and minus something. That's when all things are equal. That's why we consider oil price. You don't buy the lowest price at all. Yes, who else want to say something? Then you move on.
Hello, Doc. This is Jude.
Yes. Okay,
Yes, sir, please. Looking at the generic customer expectations, I'm seeing a little conflictions. I don't know if you can explain it better. That is, a customer needs an item having a low price, at the same time with high quality and many features. Obviously, won't it be expensive? High quality and many features.
Very good question. Very good question. They are going in different directions. If it's low, then we expect it to be low quality. But this one is high quality. If it's high quality, then we expect it to be very expensive. By this time, we say we want low price. You see, that is why we are learning supply chain. Yes, the product is high quality, very high in quality. But what can we do to make it low in price? Quality, the high quality here is not what do you think now? Quality is a fitness for purpose. Quality is the fitness, okay, for purpose. So not necessarily, sometimes some items that you buy, we overhype them with things which would not be necessary for the user for the customer. And that makes it high. When you take it out, even the customer will not see. Okay, so we'll talk about quality and then price. But what I stand on is, yes, I want something that is low, affordable in terms of price, but to fit my purpose.
Satisfaction of the customer.
Yeah. Okay, so
hello, Doc.
Yes.
Doc, please.
Hello, Doc.
If the product
Doc, please, this is Kelvin. I just want to
hello.
I have to control
ask
some of
this.
this.
You just mentioned about high quality. Hello, Doc. Yes.
Yes, I'm listening
my
to
question
you.
is, we're talking about high quality that is fit for purpose.
Very good.
We're talking about high quality which fit for purpose. Fit for purpose, it could also mean, sir, the high quality doesn't it mean durability? Because if you say fit for purpose to be high quality, let's take for instance something like a phone. We know iPhone is very expensive. We know there is also a phone known as Samsung. But in terms of the purpose, we know both can be used or it serves the same purpose. That is to make a call and to receive calls. It has cameras, all those things, they are fit for purpose. But, sir, I'm talking about durability. So where does durability come in place? Thank you.
Sweetheart, you will talk about that soon, okay?
Oh, okay. All right.
It may not be this week. And that's why supply chain is unique. Our definitions are different. Our definition for quality is different. But one Gavin J came out with some dimensions of quality. We'll talk about them all. There's a lot of confusion in the marketplace. What is quality? What is quality? And so this man came out with some 8 dimensions. But one definition that destroyed everybody's argument was fitness for purpose. We'll talk about that. Okay, so let's give ourselves a break now. I think it's 30 minutes, eh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's give ourselves 30 minutes break. But please be mindful. Some people are still on the platform. So don't expose yourself. Don't say anything that I wouldn't say, okay? So that you bring confusion. Last time, we have been seeing things. So somebody that I respect was pulling a cocoa pa in a rubber, in polythene bag. Cocoa number nafuna kwashishe musa. Hey, not knowing his camera is on. So I called and then he was not responding. I said, look.
Sir, who is that? Who is that? Was it me?
You know yourself.
So I was imagining how this woman how this man will do to his wife. Hey,
it's fit for purpose.
Bye bye. We are going to cut.
Yeah, so that you can imagine pulling the cocoa and all the chicks inside, getting inside, entering in their face. So
Sir,
wow.
Abomudinu.
Oh, they've been trying sir.
So we are coming back 10:30, right?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, doctor. We can hear you.
I want trouble. I want more trouble than the auto and the bass. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Very good. Very good. Very good. The bass should be at the background. I don't want to hear it more. Okay. The treble is fine and the auto is fine. Anyway,
Okay,
so
sir.
you are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We discussed out to the break time the generic customer expectations, and we are continuing our issue strategy and competitive advantage. Now, why are we worrying ourselves with this competitive advantage and the strategy? Why are we allowing ourselves as supply chain people? Who can tell me why it's so necessary? Dr. Opoku, Akyea, disturbing our memories with strategy and competitive advantage. Why is so? Once again.
Hello, sir.
Yes, let me hear you.
Yes, so thank you for the opportunity. I think we are in business for profit gains or for profit making. And so anything that we can do to make us remain beneficial in the market and also gain our profit is what we are looking out for. And so if we need to deploy or put in place some of these strategies, these competitive strategies to enable us achieve our overall goal, I think there's an ideal, how do I put it? It is ideal for us to do so. Yes, so that is why I think we should be more concerned with it is competitive or strategy and competitive advantage over the others. Thank you.
What's your name, please?
Please, this Pamela Vera Frimpong.
Pamela, okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so what again can we talk about? If you are raised up your hands, let me hear you.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
I would want to add to what Pamela said. So every business operates for profit indeed. However, we are also looking at how we can be sustainable in the market. Looking at some of these things, you can also use the SDG goals to be sustainable. So in the long term, we are looking at how we can still be in the market and not just the short term.
Those competitive ideas that will keep us floating on top of the competition. What else can we talk about?
Hello, sir. In today's market, exists a lot of competition. So if you don't strategize well, you might not be able to be in business for long. That is why it is necessary that we always look at our strategy and how to overcome our competitors.
Yes,
in
my
the
dear.
market.
My dear, so being in competition is not bad. Why do you want to have the competitive advantage over the rest? Why?
Hello, sir.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir. You see, business keep growing, more investors keep coming on board. So if you fail to strategize yourself, by the time you realize you are out of the market, you'll be outdated. So you got to be strategic in order for you to continue to be in the market. Thank you.
Now,
all right, sir. Hello.
Now the next person that will talk, you are debating from the previous question. The question is, what is your company and what strategic advantage strategy has your company adopted for the past year? What has your company adopted? What competitive strategy has your company adopted to put yourself on top of your competition?
Hello,
Yes.
Doc. Hello, Doc.
Yeah, let me hear your name.
Please, my name is Tony Mouse.
Okay.
I would like to answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah, relative to where I work. Hello, Doc. Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I will mention just a few of the way that the strategy that my company has adopted over the years. Since the inception of our company, we started very small at Nungwa. We are into beverage, alcoholic beverages. Then gradually we have expanded to. So what we did before was that we used to give items to key distributors, and they were supposed to distribute those items to wholesalers over the past years. But we realized that those products were not able to reach the doorsteps of the wholesalers and even retailers. So we purchased trucks. Okay, we purchased trucks to visit the doorsteps of wholesalers so that they can get hands on those products. Also, we have also expanded our tentacles to other neighboring countries, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Togo, and other surrounding West African countries. And they are purchasing from us. We are also looking forward to do export to overseas. And we have also streamlined our process with using Internet of Things, making things very easier for us. So we do this because we know that without rival market, there's nothing like competitive advantage. That's my take. Because we are into business with other rival companies. So we need to step up our game and make sure that we are ahead of them. Thank you very much.
Wk2, what has your company done to regarding competitive advantage?
I'm in the savings and loan sector. So what my company has done is we've introduced a telemedicine insurance cover for women who are able to build their savings up to a certain amount. So it's encouraged a lot of the women to continue saving with us so that they will enjoy this telemedicine insurance cover that we have provided.
2005, eh? Okay, so that is fine. That's fine. So you see, we are not into only manufacturing. So sometimes I regret citing only manufacturing. Supply chain is also in the service industry. That is good. Eben.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. We are into the energy sector, power generation. Yesterday, hydro, VRA used to be the only supply of power to ECG and the distribution to all locations. But today, we have other companies who have also joined. But before them joining, we have put in strategies of expansion, building the thermal generation in Abuazi here, Akuse, Tema, and then Kumasi. Based on these ones, we are able to distribute some of these power to various countries like Burkina Faso, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and the others. So with the new or the private ones coming into the domain, we have about 70 to 80% power strength than the others. And that keeps us going, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, so is it just an expansion? What strategic policies have you put in place that has propelled you to expand the market? What strategic policies?
No, please, can I come again, please?
What strategic policies that has propelled you to doing this expansion even to the neighboring countries?
Yeah,
what
so
strategic policies?
This strategic policy was as a result of the seeable future of possible competitors coming to the market. So quickly, in the knowledge of the executives or the leaders have put in that strategic decision. to expand the authority's power generation involving thermal. Initially, it used to be hydro, that is water. But today we have thermal, which operates with gas and sometimes crude oil.
So you see, my focus is not just being in competition and trying to be in competition, but what is creating the competitive edge? That's all what I want to hear. What is creating the competitive edge? Your strategies, fine. What type of strategies? So Awuzi, Rosemary.
Doc, good morning. Doc, please, I work with gold board jewelry. So,
okay.
Doc, I'm just trying.
Okay.
I really get your question. Okay, so Doc, at first, gold board jewelry, we only sell rings, pendants, chain. That's the jewelry, the designs, chains, and then the rings. But we introduced a new product. That's the gold tablet.
Hello.
Hello, Doc. Yeah, Doc.
Allow Rosemary to talk. I'm interested in that area. Yes, gold tablet.
Okay. Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Yeah, so we introduced the gold board. We introduced the gold tablet. So now, we don't just do only the rings. We don't just sell to married women, the young people that likes fashion. Now we sell to the investors, those who love to invest in gold. Because when you buy the gold tablets, you keep it down. It's a long-term investment. So you keep it down for like, let's say 6 years. When the gold price changes, you come back to the gold board to sell the gold tablets to us. And then so we've expand our market product. So Doc,
what name will you give to this provision, this competitive edge advantage? What strategy is this?
We introduced the new product.
New product development. Clap for her. So I want to hear some of these unique strategies. Okay, that is making you so superior. That is making you gain that competitive edge. This is the product here. They have gotten a lot of projects for the past years, but now with the new introduction, innovation, introduction of what? New product, NPD. We will talk about that. I want to hear from Akyea to Marvin. I want us to practicalize our discussion. So let's see some of the things that we talked about, how it has helped you to gain the competitive edge. Practicalize the discussion. Yes, Akyea to Marvin. Akyea is not here with us. Cassandra.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So at my place, we are a dental service firm, and recently, to promote customer experience, we have adopted a new software called Q Contact, where it monitors all of our recordings, our calls, our communications with clients, and also it helps us to track performance of staff so that we'll be able to be accountable for everything we do, and also to improve on our skills and provide better customer services to the clients. We have as well, still under customer experience, we have as well ensured that we have certain sundries, I'll say stock or medications and other products on board, whereby we call ourselves a one-stop shop for clients to be able to get such products, not just get the services of the dental clinic, but also to get products where they can get electric toothbrushes, they can get paste, they can get ibuprofen, and some of these medications. It's not always about writing prescriptions for them to go out and go and purchase. So it's more like a one-stop shop. And then we have ultramodern equipment we have also adopted So you can do x-rays. Even people come from other clinics to do the x-rays at our end as well. So I think this is one of the competitive edge that we have adopted to improve customer experience.
Very good. So the previous speaker, you talked about, is it Rosemary? You talked about
Yes,
price.
Doc.
The gold, is it a gold coin or something? How much is it?
Gold tablet.
Let me give you one gold tablet. How much is it? Let me give you 1 second to advertise your company. If I want to buy, how is it like?
It's on our group, this thing, our page on Instagram. So every time the price increase, we post it on social media.
Oh, okay. But it's ranging from what price to what price for now?
Okay. So please hold on.
Okay, so the last, you agree with me, listeners, students, students, that most of the examples that we are giving are strategies, fine, but are in the downstream supply chain. Now, when it comes to upstream, and if you don't have any good example to give for downstream, for upstream supply chain strategies on upstream supply chain, please put down your hands so that I call people who have examples for upstream supply chain strategies that we put in upstream. And then that has given us a competitive edge as a company. Upstream strategy. Your hands are still up.
Yes, look. My hand is still up, please.
Okay. Yes.
All right, Doc. My name is Marvin Osei-Tutu. I work for Core Impact Ghana Limited and Core Impact Commercial Limited. So a typical example that we initiated was we collect cocoa beans from farmers. Cocoa beans from farmers across the farming communities, and that cocoa bean is what we do extraction. And then we collect this juice to make fruit juice. Now we realized that the competition was getting high, so we decided to go in for organic products rather than conventional. So it made some of the farmers very alert. So some of them that were keen to work with us or desperate to work with us, considering that we're moving to organic, the conventional product decided to reduce the conventional product for us. So initially we were buying a bucket of cocoa bean for conventional product around 25 cedis and organic for 35 cedis. But when we started moving towards the organic and the demand for the conventional dropped, they lowered it to 15 cedis per bucket, which at the end of the day, we get a lower price, and then we still continue with our production. So there is a higher profit margin at the end of the day for us. And then the organic product too, because it's high in demand and the farmers are ready to let it go because some companies don't know how to process the organic, we intend to take advantage of that to widen our scope and go to farmers who have the organic products but yet do not have the knowledge on how to extract the product for us. So that is one of the
welcome back.
So is it supplier? What do you do with the suppliers apart from helping them to raise those organic products? What do you do to develop? I wanted to use my supply chain terminology. Yeah. What do you do to develop the suppliers?
Right. So we have training forums or training procedures. We have we put down something we call organic farming association. So we create an association for them to have their farms registered under the organic corporation, and also take them through supplier orientation and training. Quarterly, we do them quarterly, and also we have farm training, something we call DAF project for farmers who are ready to work with us to enjoy to support their farms and also convert some of their farms to organic and also provide them with certain inputs for their farms.
Yeah, Mr. Asachitu, you can also, apart from giving them education and training and then helping them develop their organic whatever, they can start the production. They can start what you are doing. You can offload some part of your production. That is, a way of outsourcing by providing them some of them, the key ones, equipment, so they can start the primary production there. So they will sell semi-finished, okay, or processed output to you. Then also, so you can do that by investing in their equipment, by supplying them so basic machinery or equipment that can do that, and then train them in that way. You can also support them financially, okay, by giving them monies, okay, to go into whatever they are doing. Now, by way of loans and then whatever, to recapitalize their production, and that will go a long way, giving you the item, getting a fresh item, and items that's value chain. You wouldn't pay so much in developing the item. By the time the item is in your hands, a few things that you do, the item is on the market. You understand? And then so technical, and then advice, you say you do that. So that is very good. We need to continue to develop the supplier. Now, I can see a lot of people want to contribute. That is good. Now, let's look at in Ghana. The Ghana market is becoming more of marketing than production. Okay, so I want my people that come through my supply chain lectures, okay, focus on developing, okay, the material, okay, for others to supply. Let's see if it is easy to market the items than produce it. So we need to, our engineers, sometimes some of the people that I teach here are engineers. You guys have to set up and then make sure you upgrade yourself into this Internet of Things and then other things, okay, so you can compete in the other world by going into what? Full-time production. So that the marketers and the other people in the supply chain can also help in the marketing of the products, in the downstream. We need more at the upstream than downstream. Now let's move on. Okay, so where we are now, we are looking at strategic and competitive advantage. And we say areas that we can do, which I thought some of you mentioned, though some of you did, okay, for getting competitive advantage. Somebody mentioned, like the GoBot lady mentioned, new product development. Now, we need to have a system, have some technicians, have engineers from tech, fresh-minded, train them outside, bring them back, and then they develop products ahead of time. They develop products faster than our competitors will mimic what you have today. Just as Prahalad said, okay, we also need to focus on, if you really want to have competitive advantage, then our focus is with quality. I see no reason why we have engineers, we have all it takes, but sometimes items from Nigeria or from neighboring countries are even more quality than our products. It is wrong. So we should invest in developing our quality systems, quality infrastructure, having quality programs in place, have quality processes and procedures, and then so that at least we can also talk of competition, not only with the Ghanaian competitors, but also with the outside world. Then customer service, we are doing somehow, achieving lower costs. How do we do so? In spite of our quality product that we produce, we'll still achieve what? Lower costs reducing costs, and then getting right quality for the people. Better geographical location. We don't locate our product. I'm having a challenge here myself. I'm getting a shop that I want to do supermarkets, but I have found it difficult because the area is so green. But just that I'm having a strategic focus in place in mind. The future, after 2-3 years, our place will be okay. Okay. Now, but we need to look at geographic location of our factory, our products, our warehouses, our factories, okay, and so on and so forth. And then technical expertise, okay. We sometimes need to hire people of good technical background, okay. Now, your engineers, your line of engineers or managers are paid maybe 10,000, but this one is just like them, but we can pay him 12,000 just to be able to push one or two technical expertise in your organization to bring changes so that they come out faster in producing new items and developing new items and giving you the competitive edge, getting more profit, and then you turn it round and round and become a big organization. Effective and efficient supply chain management, and then brand image, the image that you have developed. How popular is that image? What makes that product, that image popular? What is driving it? The brand image. So if they mention if it's water, pure water, or maybe bottled water, is this company and not that company? What image have you developed? Now, I know it is not that easy. Sometimes if we don't tell you the challenges that we have in some of these things, we may not be good lecturers, because indeed there are challenges. But our ability to sit down, identify those challenges, addressing them, moving forward, coming out with some innovations, coming out with so many strategies that would water down or reduce these challenges, or even eradicate these challenges or problems to help us. Okay. Now, one major challenge with competitive advantage, one major challenge is identifying the unique value that can keep your company on top. You see, we are saying you should develop what? A competitive edge. What makes us different? What makes us special? What makes us unique? Identifying that unique thing is a difficult that we find ourselves. Now, if I ask you to do, a lot of you that spoke, what unique thing have you identified that if you're able to develop and focus in that area and develop that area, you have the competitive advantage? Now, because of time, like I'll ask you, but you ask yourself, my company, where I work, being service industry, manufacturing, construction, what banking, what unique area can I develop that will make me on top of the competition? That will make me have the competitive edge over my competitors. After that, you stay ahead of competitors, ahead of your competitors, okay, who are constantly innovating. Now, what's happening here is that your competitors may have the edge to become so innovative faster than you are. How do you compete with such people? You may have so broad, divergent products, okay? But we are asking you, which of these products have you focused to be innovative, to go ahead more than your competitors? Okay, so it's about not only identifying your products, your uniqueness, but also your competitors. You are in the same industry. I believe you understand what industry is. Industry is people, organizations, okay, producing one common thing. Okay, so if I say a communication industry, I don't mean I only Telcel, MTN, Tigo, what have you only. But even people who are selling the chips, who are selling the Momo, and all those are in the industry. So in the industry, there's competition. What have you identified as the unique thing that other people are doing that you are not doing, or that thing that you can do that other people are not doing. That's what I'm looking at. That's the challenge. Identifying it is not that easy. Now, the third one is balancing investment in innovation, okay, with your the uniqueness of the product you are getting. How do you balance? How much do you invest to make your product so unique, to make you add value, and then have a competitive advantage over the other people? How much are you? You sit down and then you compute with the machines, okay, the softwares, and see which way to invest and how much to invest, and how much to break even and how much to make profit. Okay, so a product, it's a, I forgot, product something. You have to analyze the products from the onset to the maturity, okay, for concession to maturity, and then from rejuvenation to rejuvenation. Okay, you find out how this work, the investment that you make in the innovation, coming out research and development, come out with some factors that will help you move ahead. Then attracting and retaining top talent to drive what? The growth. It's not easy. Sometimes you need to invest in people, invest in the specialists, the expertise. You invest in them, search for them, push them, find out how much they take from their organization, multiply it times 2 or 3 and pay. Spend some money and then see within 1 year or 2 years if you wouldn't come with a change. Okay, so we need to sit down and then identify the challenges that we have when it comes to we having a competitive advantage. Once we're able to do that, then we try as managers and solve them one by one. Now, this is where you are going to have, I believe you are in groups. Papa, are you in groups?
Not all of us.
No, sir. We had one before, but then now we have new joiners, general cohort. So we have to create another group so that all of them will be part of it.
Very good. So what you need to do are the 2 course reps. You identify your new cohort people, and then you put yourself into group, not more than 5. A group not more than 5. A group not more than 5. Then you're going to answer 2 questions. So because of that, I'll skip some slides here.
Sir.
Yeah.
Do you mean not more than 5 groups or not more than 5 members in a group?
5 in a group. No more than 5 in a group.
Okay.
I know
okay.
you are about 90. You are about 96. So I will see up to 20 assignments. And this assignment will be for 20 minutes. 20 marks. 20 marks. So I'm leaving this one with you. After, let's just play it individually and understand it. And I will send you the questions. Okay, I will send you the questions to answer. There's a question. There are some questions on the next slide, but that is not what I'm going to have for you. Okay, they may change. So please read this. It's a video. Play it, and then Papa and Daniel, meet your other colleagues, course reps, and then get their names, and then mix the old cohort with the new cohort. That's what we used to do. So that we wouldn't be old cohort up. No, there should be a mixture. Eh? So
Okay.
we have some old cohorts and then new cohort. If it may be 2 old cohorts, 3 new cohorts. No, and you add them, and then you know how to do online discussions. One person put together, and then you compile, and then I'll send information concerning this assignment. That will take 20 marks. And then individually, you will also answer 1 question. That will come later. But for next week, this is the assignment we are going to give you. Okay, so you are going to read Porter's competitive strategies to beef out the competitive strategies we have learned. So you read this, not just on the slide, go and read about Porter's competitive strategies. And then next week we'll discuss it. And then next week when we discuss, I'll give you what? Assignments. Assignment, I say you're going to listen to a video and answer some questions. Then you write one question in addition. So 2 questions for 20 marks. And then we'll do individual assignments as well. Forgive me, we need to practice all this. Okay, I know you are working and you don't have much time, but we need, it's about, it is good we try you and see where we have not taught well, or with some of the challenges that we have. I know some of you have no background in procurement, have no background in supply chain management, but trust me, you can top the class, irrespective of your background. Now we are continuing our discussion. Value chain. You may have heard this value chain, value addition, and what is it about? It's good, it comes with a chain, and we have discussed the metaphor of chain, okay? What the chain is and how it is supposed to be, how to mean, and then what it is meant in the context of what our discussions. Value chain. Value chain. Now, we say companies that are in the supply chain, they receive and they push forward. They receive the item and move it. So we come and we give out our outputs and receive someone's input. Receive someone's inputs, we add value, and then we give out our output. I mentioned there's something in the middle. Once we receive our input from someone who sees that as his output, we bring it to our organization, we add value, and then you push it to another person who also sees it as his input, add value, and then that's all until the product is produced finally, and then go through the marketing chain, okay, the distribution chain or the downstream activities until the consumer make use of it. Now, so we are in the chain creating and adding value. We don't just receive and push it. No. We receive, we add value, and then you push it. Okay? So each loop in the supply chain does this. Within the company, okay, we add value to the customer by turning or transforming the items, okay, taking into mind the competitive advantage. Now we are moving on. We will not explain this once again. Now, what you do in the supply chain is that every function adds value and cost to the overall operations. This one, I said it, that you definitely will spend some cost in creating the value. But what we are saying is that the value that you add in should suppress, should cancel and make gains, okay, on the cost. So if you are producing and your cost is higher than your value that you are creating, that's not what you are looking at in the supply chain. You add cost, and then you make some gains by creating value. The gains that we make is for the value that we've created. So every function does what? It adds value and cost to the overall operations. But we want your value to be higher, okay, than the cost that you add. Now, if the activities run efficiently, the value obtained should exceed the cost of running them. Okay. Now, that's the concept of value creation. Spend some money. Now the product is in your hands. Somebody passed it to you as your input. Now you are adding value, turning it to something else. And then you incur some costs by warming, by splitting, by breaking, by rebuilding, reshaping, repackaging. These are all values that we are adding. As you do that, how much have you spent in turning the item that you have received into this manner? And that is the value. So by performing these activities, okay, better, differently or more efficiently than your competitors. So we do it and do it in such a way that your competitors, what your competitors are doing, wouldn't match yours. Value creation. Okay, so this is how the value chain looks like. The supplier value chain. Why are you adding the value chain to the supplier? Because the supplier has received, has spent some money as cost, and then has gained, has increased the satisfaction, the performance, the features, the uses of the products. And those things that I've mentioned have created additional money to the supplier. So what's, for instance, if you look at the cocoa setup, now you read that materials move upstream, okay, through to downstream. Now, what's happening here is that the farmer producing cocoa beans sells it as about 50, somebody said 25, dollars. If you say a bucket, the bucket is relative. You have big bucket, you have small bucket. So don't cheat the farmers, my dear. Weigh them in kilos, or get a good way of buying the cocoa beans. If you go to the market, they say Olonka, Olonka is maybe of base is 30 cedis. But when they are pouring the Olonka, you realize that they have dented the bottom in such a way that you will not even find it, but it has reduced the quantity. Okay, now that's not what you are looking at. You, the farmer, you have produced the base. You sell it to some other people that come to buy from you. Okay, the people that come to buy from you add value by either repackaging it, by adding some chemicals in it that will not make the maize go bad, by transporting it from one port to the other. They are all value addition. If you even transport it from the farm gate to Accra, you have added value, because now when it gets to Accra, the value of what the farmer is selling at 30 cedis in the village, here we can sell it at 45 cedis. Taking other costs into consideration, the 15 cedis that have been added, okay, is what we consider as the value addition. If you take the cost, the same maize quantity selling at 30 now is selling at 45. What happened? We may have added, okay, or have transformed the maize into something else. That's the value addition. So the supplier creates value and then send the items to our company, the firm's value. Then we also add value by getting it through the production processes, turning it from one stage to the other, okay, and then by so doing adding value until we put it through to the distributor. The distributor is called a channel. Okay, they also add value, and then they sell to the customer, and the customer's item, which they buy 20 kilos, it gets to the customer, and then the weight has reduced to about 11 kilos. But the amount for the item at that stage is far higher than that of the price of the farm gate. And that's what we are talking about. So what do you do to add value? Now, if I give you some of you to explain, you explain and you explain and explain. You go explain after, because you do so many things to add value. Now, once we add value, okay, we gain. The entire supply chain becomes happy.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, this is James. Please, let me take you back to the previous slide and ask for something. Yeah. Okay. Assuming that the firm that firm, let's forget about what the explanation you're giving to the diagram. Assume the firms, that block, you call it firm's value chain. It's a factory. The supplier, that the supply value chain is a supplier. Then the channel value chain is another user, or let's say as a channel like that, another user or a customer, that channel. Now, if I have to buy anything, that channel thing, if that channel value chain has to buy any of the products of the firms, it has to go to to buy it from the supplier as like a distributor, buy it from the supplier as a distributor. However, whatever this supplier is selling to the channel value is the same as the firm gave it to it. But you cannot go, the channel value cannot go to the firm's value channel chain directly to buy, because the supplier value chain block is supposed to be the distributor of the firms. If this is understood, what value has the supplier value added to whatever he's selling to the channel value chain? Please, you understand?
It's a bit complex. Now, you mean the supplier, is it the same person who came out that the supplier is also the buyer? Is that the same person?
Yeah, this is James.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. So the supplier,
I'm using the supplier block as like a distributor of the firms, which is the factory. I mean, that's why I said, I'm just using, I don't have the diagram to show. That is why I'm using your diagram to show, to ask my question. So the supplier value chain block is like a distributor. The firm's value chain block is like a factory. Then the channel value chains block is also like a user, someone who uses it. Now, uses what the firm produces. Now, whatever the firm produces, the firm gives it to that block, that supplier block, to sell. Now, look at the distance.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, the firm is where I have darkened.
Yes, that's what the firm is. What I'm using as the factory. Now, look at the distance between the channel value chain and the supplier block. That block, it is close. They are closer to the factory than the supplier. However, the system is made such that you have to go bypass the factory and go and buy it from here. However, the value, the what they are selling to you is higher than if you have bought it from the factory. But they are not going to sell it to you from the factory direct. You have to go to this side. Now, my question is, why should I go to this block, the supplier block, as a distributor? What value has it add? What value has he or she added? Please, do you understand?
I understand, but
I don't understand.
It's not clear anyway. But let me.
Hello.
Doc, please,
the question is not clear. But
understanding is somehow clear to me.
If the guy can clarify something for me, because I'm seeing a firm and a competitor. So it is, in any case, you are not, the channel block is not going straight to the supplier. It's either the main firm or a competitor. So I don't know whether his question is different from this.
What I said is, let's forget about the explanation Doc gave to this diagram. I am using this diagram for me not having a diagram to show what I'm trying to say. So let's use the 3 blocks on top, the first 3 blocks. And let's assume the first block, which is the supply value, is a distributor. And the firm's value chain is a factory or a manufacturer. Then the channel value chain is a user. It's a user of whatever the factory is producing. Now, for the channel value to buy anything from the factory is not willing to sell directly to that user. He has to go bypass the factory and go and take it from that block, which we have named here as supplier, the distributor. That block, the first one, you have to bypass and go and buy. But when you bypass and go and buy, it's expensive. If you had bought it from here, the factory, it would have been less. But you have to bypass and go and buy from here. And I'm asking, what kind of value would the supply the distributor would have added, that will cause that increase because it's happening in our system. You find it is closer, you find a factory closer to you to buy. You cannot buy. You have to go and use a distributor to buy what you need. And when you go there, it's expensive. I'm finding it difficult to understand what value they've added to make it expensive for me. Well, I could have gone to the factory to buy.
But in this instance, let's take for example, what if the supplies raw material to the firm? How is the channel going to use that raw material for?
Hello.
I don't get it, please.
Also, can you give a practical example? Maybe
hello, hello, sir. Can I come in? This is Anthony. I'm trying to get what he's saying.
I'll get what you want to say.
Sir, hello. What happened is that.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
One at a time, please. One person at a time.
Yeah, sir. What he's trying to say, I now get him. You see, some of the firms you can't go and buy directly from them. Because, for instance, when you go to Mother Soup, for instance, and you said you want to buy a soup, 10 cities, they will not give you, they will send you back.
Yeah.
Yes, they will send you back because they want their money. So you have to buy bulk, like the cement factory. You can't go there and say you want to buy one cement factory and one cement, you can't. So you have to buy it in a quantity, and that quantity, you don't have the money. So the one who have the money, they give it to that person. Then you go and take it from them. So per your understand, this is where you are coming from. There are some of the products you can't go and buy just single one. Do you get it?
Yeah. So
yes.
That is where I come in and say, so what value is the one selling the distributor? What value has the person added?
Oh, okay. So you want to know the
No, but let's take for example, someone just mentioned Mother, DH Industries. I'm also using let's say Medisoft as an example. Now, let's say a supplier supplies a raw material which is noodles for production of Medisoft soup. So you, the channel, what will you use that noodles for if the firm doesn't
need it?
Come again.
The channel value chain, the person over there doesn't need what the supplier is bringing on board. So I don't see why you're supposed to bypass to the supplier in order to get those raw materials. You need the finished goods from the factory.
That's what I'm saying, that now a supplier supplies a raw material to a firm. You, the channel, being a distributor, a retailer, or what have you, or an agent, let's say raw material, what are you going to use that raw material for if the firm doesn't add value to the product for you to sell?
Please, if it is a response to mine, I am finding it difficult. Somebody use example of cement. Let's assume it's cement. Let's use somebody as cement, and the distributor has bought the cement and it's in his shop or her shop, and I'm supposed to go and buy it there for a higher value, whilst I could drive to the factory and buy at a lower value. And because of bulk quantities, they say, no, we will not sell to you. Go and buy from this place. And I'm asking practically, what has the person who I'm going to buy it from, the distributor I'm going to buy from, the cement block, the cement bag, what value has he added? He has not transported it to me. I'm going there to buy it. He has not done anything, enhancement to it. I'm going to buy it.
My dear,
But before the cement came to the shop, there were some expenses, some costs before the cement came to the shop. So definitely those things will be added to anyone at all who is coming to buy.
But that is not a value. That is not a value to me.
Hello, he's asking what value is it? He's asking what value has that distributor added to the product.
One at a time. One at a time.
Hello.
Can you raise your hands? One at a time.
Yeah, hello. Let me come in, please. It's good you have tried contribute to this question, and it's good you also asked this question. It's a legitimate question. It's practical, the questions, I can see two questions in what he's trying to put. One, the reason why sometimes companies are not allowed to buy from a supplier directly is a distribution policy. Okay, it's a distribution policy. Some companies have such policies. If even it is you are close to it, I say no, go and buy it from that. It's a policy. Me myself, let me give myself. I had, I'm doing small supplies, and I'm come to your office to do business with you. Okay. Now what happens is that I had an order to supply a whole lot of tea rolls, and so anytime I drive through my area, Adoko, Bawe, Malam, Kaneshi, I see young guys supplying this tea rolls. So I investigated and I realized that they've been all picking it from a big warehouse, a Chinese warehouse at Odoko, very big warehouse. I went to this Chinese company with my money. So the order is huge, so with huge money. And I said, no, you don't sell to the public. You sell to our customers. So no, I'm also a customer. Now I'm a first-time customer. I said, no. Before you go to their customer, whatever, I mean, there are a lot of things that you need to do. Where are you taking it to? And I mentioned it to. I mentioned the place I was taking it, and then he told me. Then he flipped a sheet and said, no, at that area, this company is the supplier. So take his number, her number. And she gave me the person's number. And the person, fortunately for me, she was coming with her truck to come and pick some of the items to her warehouse. And she told me, you have to come and register and be with them for some time before they can make you a distributor. They don't sell. If even you are buying large quantities, they will not sell to you. So she asked me, and then, so you wait. So she just got the items, and then she added a small profit, and then I got it. It's a company policy, it's a distribution policy. Now, where the issue of value addition, the second one is the issue of value addition. You wanted to know whether in this case a value has been added. What value has this supplier firm added? No, sometimes you will not see it, but physically, the services, the value-added services that the distributor will give is even a value creation thing, value that has been created. Sometimes, yes, some equipment that you buy through not the supplier but their agent. The agent give extra services like after-sales service, which the main company will not do. Sometimes you go and say there's a problem, reporting to her or that person is easier than reporting to the big organization, and it's a value-added services. What's happening? Okay, so first, it is a distribution policy which some companies have. It is common. It is common. When this is history. When Bonsa tie was there, Ghana were producing our own tie, from saloon cars to tractor ties, and all type of cars ties. We were producing it here in a village called Bonsa. Now, what happened was that those times they were having a policy that you cannot walk to the factory to buy. They have agents, distributors that they sell to the public. So they will look at where you are and they direct you to the closest agent. Unilever is having similar things like that. So many companies have distribution policies. But the value addition thing is other services which the main company wouldn't give you. Okay, so if you talk of value addition, competitive edge, it is that thing that makes the company different, that makes the product different. For this company, if you buy from these people, this is what they do. You understand? You don't go to the main company, but you go to the source where you bought it. And then whatever services that the main company is rendering, you transfer it to this distributors. Okay, and that's how it is. So it is not a matter of changing the color, changing the shape, changing the size and whatever. But the other services, okay, that will be rendered by the mini or the small company, okay, makes it the value addition. Okay, so channel value chains, and then we go to the customer value chains. Now, anytime we are discussing this, the supplier value chain, the firm value chain, the channel distribution value chain, okay, we need to know in their perspective what they are. The supplier value chain is the supplier and what it does. Now, if you look at the other side of it, supplier supplies to a competitor. And then that competitor, who is another organization or company, also supply through to the distribution chain. You understand? So both companies adding value at each stage. What value do we add, we, our company, where I have darkened? And what value does the competitor also add? Now, at this stage is where we look at the competitive advantage. If competitor A supplies and then adds some other value in the chain, you beat the competitor B. Okay, and then that's the value that he has created at that stage. Now, the value chain thing that we are discussing, it is a management thing, and we said that even though it is a challenge to identify a unique value, we must establish so. What is the unique value that we can add that the competitor will struggle to add? How much will it cost to add that unique value to make us on top of the competition? How much is the cost compared to the value that we create? And that's how the value chain. So each a partner in the chain has to do the value chain, go to the value chain processes. But so in the case of the customer, the right quality and quantity, the right value that the customer will appreciate. And it is not the effort of one organization. Okay, sometimes even just packaging and repackaging between the distributor and the wholesaler, or the wholesaler and the retailer, the difference. Somebody would receive it and repackage it to meet the demands of the customers. Because they are close to the customers, they know what type of packaging customers want for the product. And so once they receive the item, they destroy the packaging and then repackage it to suit the customer's taste or requirement. Now, value chain, Michael Porter defines it as what? A system of independent activities, which are what? Connected by linkages. The linkages exist when the way in which one activity is performed affects the cost or the effectiveness of other activities. So you see, if you break down his definitions, okay, you see it as independent activities. So whatever that the supplier is doing to add value, yes, you can receive it. It might not necessarily be the same or the same manner or the same equipment, the same shape, the competitive edge that we may have our different competitive edge. The unique competitive edge that we want to have, it may be different from that of the customers, the suppliers. Okay, the independent activities, different ways of doing things to add value to the product, which are connected by linkages. So we talked about linkages, the closed loop linkages that we have, and then we said that linkages exist when the way in which one activity is performed affects the other cost. Now, so if you are doing something, we need to know from your dyadic. If you remember this morning, we talked about dyadic supply chain. Okay, whatever the focal company does with the supplier, and then what the focal company does with the distributor. Okay, should be unique and be different. Okay, let's say affect the cost or effectiveness of the activities. So here we are looking at the cost and the effectiveness. If you invest so much in the product and the product gain this attraction, and then you realize that no, it is not getting you that much recognition. In spite of the so much money that you invested, you are not seeing any revenue. Okay, that's not the value chain that we are looking at. Okay, so I think I'm sure you did it somewhere. If you have not done it, somebody, I'm sure, may have taught you that Michael Porter was a young man. He was making noise in the 80s. Everything Michael Porter. And I learned he was a young man then. I don't know whether he's still alive. And then he divided this value creation thing to the entire organization. Not only the engineer, not only production, not only procurement, not only supply chain, but the entire organization. And he identified it to be from the primary activities and then the support function. Okay, he identified that to be that the value creation should come from the primary activities and as well as the support function. Now he defined the primary activities as all activities that we perform to bring items into the organization. That's what we call inbound logistics. So forecasting of the material, production, and whatever, procurement activity, stores activity, then outbound through to the outbound. So outbound is all activities that we perform to send the items out after we have added the value. So outbound activities comprise marketing, okay, sales, distribution, and so on and so forth to the customer. Okay. Now, then he said, no, these people are not the only people that add value. There are some things in organizations, there are people in the organization, some department in the organization that also add value indirectly. And these are the support functions. That's what we call support function. Like in an organization, you have support departments. They don't directly generate funds or money into the organization, but the activity cannot be ignored. Now, in the support function, you're looking at administrators, the infrastructure itself, the human resource management, and then the type of technology that we are using, procurement as well. Okay, so he came out with this model. What is a model? Who can quickly tell me what the model is? What is a model?
Doc, please can we say it's a structure?
A structure that does what?
That shows how a particular thing is being displayed.
Being displayed?
Doc.
Yes.
Please, it is a pattern that we can follow.
Pattern that we can follow.
To execute a particular activity.
So it's a structure, eh? That shows that. Is that not it?
Yes.
It's not just a pattern, but the structure. Okay,
like a framework.
Like a framework. Okay, so it's usually a diagram. It's a form of a structure that explains a more complex situations in the simple form. Okay, it explains a more complex situation. So it's a structure that does that. Okay, so just that is a model. Now, so this is what Michael Porter came explaining his value chain. So in each organization, like you said, the suppliers, each of them see themselves as what organization. Remember this one, you said network organizations. Okay, so these organizations, they say each organization should have this primary activity and then second, support activities. And the primary one, it talks about firm infrastructure. How can firm infrastructure okay, so the support activities. How can a firm infrastructure, okay, create value? Who can tell me how it does so? How can a firm infrastructure, sometimes the edifice, their logo, their building, their culture, their way of doing things, how do these, okay, increase the value of the item? Who can tell me? Yes. How do who can tell me how the infrastructure can?
Sir.
Yes.
Yeah, this is James. You see, the way you dress determines how you are dressed, and the impression, what you put out there, what you put out there in the minds of people gives you a certain leverage. So because they see you that you are at the top, they will buy you like somebody at the top. If they see you at the bottom, the public see you at the bottom level, they will also buy you like that. So if a firm infrastructure is seen to be top notch, is seen to be at the top, then people will appreciate whatever value you put on your product. That's what the little I can add now.
So if we talk about infrastructure, physical edifice, so does it actually do that?
So when people see you with huge structures, when people see you with physical infrastructure, see that hey, you have this, you have that, it really creates positive impressions in the minds of people.
So we have something here now. Are you on something?
I am partly.
Yeah, partly.
Partly Ashanti.
Okay. But they can fold graphic, 2 pages of graphic like money and put them in their back pockets. And then they are in tie. Do you know my first time of going to Kumasi? I went there with in a company's van. We went there for a funeral. Our chief driver died and he was coming from Kumasi. So we went there. And when the bus was ready to move, I said, Mr. Chawanko, yeah, we are going, we are leaving back, we are going back to Accra. I said, no, my first time of coming to Kumasi, I need to study these people. And do you know what I did? I called my brother, a brother friend that I was come to him for that night. And then he took me around. Are you listening? He took me around. Anybody that he meets, so greet my brother. Then we exchange greetings. He will tell you this man is a chief. You know, my money that or company. He mentioned the company. Hey, so everybody there that he introduced me to were my managing directors. So you went round and were coming. With me. And then he showed me one of the shops in the kiosk. I said, man, we need money. A managing director. So everybody is a managing director, but they are managing this kiosk. Containers. Hello, please off your.
Mute yourself.
Rosemary,
please, kindly mute yourself.
So you see, anybody that introduced and I met later, they were in the kiosk. Some were doing key cutting, some were doing some printing in the kiosk, and they were all calling themselves chief executive. Okay, so that's where I started studying them. Okay, now they respect whatever they do. If even it's a kiosk, he's a managing director in that kiosk. No Wk2 is a managing director. I don't know who is managing anyway. So sometimes the edifice, like you said, the structure and the modern type, and if even it's an old Asian type, very neat, and people will even want to see. So if you are dealing with companies with good edifice, good infrastructure, good equipment, good machines, and are not even adding value, you respect it. You understand? So infrastructure is one. And then Porter also human resource management, technology development, procurement. All these are support services. How does human resource management add value to our system, to the product that we produce? Quickly, just one person. How does human resource management add value according to Porter?
Hello, sir.
Hey. Yeah, raise up your hands this time. This time I'm able to navigate around that. So it's only when you raise up your hand before I call you. Caroline.
Yes, so I would want to say if we are able to manage our human resource properly, for instance, continuous training of our staff, ensuring good customer service, and the likes, it would ensure value creation in the company.
Very good. How about Rubia?
Doc, I was going to say a similar thing, that ensuring capacity training and empowering the staff will obviously result in providing value to the end customer.
Okay, so that is it. Now, if you look at the primary activities, you say inbound activities. Inbound activities are those that we do to bring items into the organization. So forecasting of materials, production planning, and all those things are inbound activities. And so if we do it well, we wouldn't have waste in the system. I think you are doing lean and then lean management. If you are cutting waste, okay, managing costs the way you should have, no excess cost, no waste, okay, you add value by getting the right price, the right cost of the item to the customers. The operations department, operation is just like the production, manufacturing. Now, if you cut down waste, if you do right, then use the state-of-the-art machines, okay, the AI type of machines, and everything is per calculation scientifically, you get it. Then outbound are the distribution, anything that we do to distribute, to send the items right from our marketing and sales through to the organization, to the customers and the consumers. Now he's saying that if you're able to do all these things very well, the bottom line is what? You get high margin. Here he means high profit. If you do all things very well like this, you get high profit. So some people agree with him, because indeed these are the people that the production area or things that control production, and as we add value to the product, there's the possibility of we getting what? Profit. Now let me come here before I go back. Now what happened was that there's this guy called Heinz. Heinz came out with this, he studied the Michael Porter's model, and then he realized that indeed Michael Porter assertions, whatever that he found out was true. Okay, so if you look at the first 1, 2, 3, 4, it's an acknowledgement of Michael Porter's practice or activity or whatever that he was bringing out. However, he came out with a critique, and he critiqued Porter's version of value creation, that this one wouldn't work in the 21st century. Why? Because not everything that the customer wants, that's about profits. Like the margin here, that if you're able to do that and do that well, you have margin. So how about the non-profit making organizations? And even some profit organizations are not looking at huge or high margins, but continue stay in business, competing very well, being unique, okay, and then creating value all the time is what you look at. So Heinz also critique Porter. Okay. Now, but it's all about looking at the value systems. Okay, value systems. Now, one of them that we talked about is value chain, value engineering. We have this one defined what value engineering. We said trying to optimize cost, okay, without compromising quality. Optimizing cost without affecting quality. Now, we read that Porter's discussion brought us to the value systems. The value systems. The value systems. So we have value systems and then the value stream. The value systems lead us to the stream. And the value system is when each organization, whether upstream suppliers or downstream buyers, come out with this value system. What do we do to put into the product a value? What do we do to cost? So we have discussed this morning, and we said that we can do either from upstream or from downstream. Anything that we can do to enhance value engineering, optimizing costs, and then not compromising with what quality is what we look at. So if the suppliers are also coming out to some value systems, some form of value systems, okay, then the next thing that we need to connect these value systems and make it like a ERP, a system that runs through the supply chain, so that we can consider the value systems of all the partners in the chain and then see in the end, what does it give? Sometimes some value system of a company conflict with another value system, in such a way that you rather raise cost more than the value. So here we meet and then we try to work on it and then make sure the value system connects. Now, if two or more value systems are worked on, becomes a value stream. Okay, so we have values and we have value systems and we have value streams. Any questions at this stage? Now, as I introduced to you supply chain from the onset, and I told you that supply chain is a coordination approach. Why? Because it sits at the top and then look at this, the price source of the item, where the item is coming from, and how it has gone through the value systems, okay, through the value chain, and now we have the value stream, okay, and how each company has added value, developed competitive advantage, added value, developed competitive advantage, and on and on. And by the time it reaches you, you add a little thing, and then the quality is blown out of proportion. Okay, so supply chain looks at suppliers to the end tier supplier through to our organization that we call internal supply chain. I think remember we learned that internal supply chain. So within the organization, there's a supply chain activity. There are some linkages. There are some flow of information, flow of capital, flow of material, left and right. Okay, then the distribution chain through to the final consumer. If I say final consumer, until the product is finally consumed. Okay. Now, one of the things that supply chain have is procurement. We have production. We supervise manufacturing. We supervise distribution, and then we also see to it that the customer complaints are solved. So that's why I said supply chain is a coordination of all these activities. And so sometimes some of the lecturers will teach you detail of what they do there. But for we supply chain, we look at the suppliers, and what each supplier is doing until the thing gets to our company. We also do the internal supply chain, and then it goes off to the downstream supply chain. That's what we do. One of the activities that we do is sourcing. Now, sourcing is just like searching for a supplier and developing the supplier. Some books says searching and developing. Searching and developing.
Now, why? Because you search for supplier. The suppliers that you get, okay, you source. The supplier is sourced from about 90 suppliers. You've gone through some processes and then you have selected one supplier, one source. Okay. Now, once you do that, what criteria did you go through in getting the best supplier for your supply? Maybe for chemicals, go through, you read that there are about 30 suppliers that are into that business, but you need to get one supplier at a time. You go to rubber production, rubber products. Okay, you have about 15 companies that are producing rubber, okay, or plastic rubber in the country. You want to source, so you select, go to the process to select one. You go to maybe a type of chemicals, and so on and so forth. So you realize that in getting the right suppliers, you have to go through so many processes and screening all the suppliers to get the best supplier. And that's what procurement does within the supply chain. Now, what you do is that you use some criteria to get the best supplier, and that's what we call the best supplier concept. Some books now highlight a few of these bullets, some all. Say if you are really searching for the right source of supplier that we call the best supplier, you should consider the consistency, okay, that the company meets in terms of delivery. Consistency that the company meets in terms of delivery. Now, if you give them the framework contract, if you say framework contract, a long-term contract for the company to supply 1 or 2 or 3 items for a particular point for a particular period. Okay, after going through the sourcing activities, you select him and you give me a sourcing framework contract. Now, what happens is that the consistency for this supplier meeting delivery requirement, it is not common. It's not easy thing. That anytime you call on him, he supplies. That's what you want. So he should be consistent in delivering items. 2, you should also be consistent in providing specified quality, not just delivering. And that when he delivers 100, always 15 goes back. No. You want 100, you order 100, you deliver 100, and the 100 is correct. Okay? Then such suppliers should always achieve higher service level. You set service level, okay, for maintenance, for him to meet, and then he's able to achieve them. Whatever level that we set, yes, he's there for us. Then the same company or supplier offers competitive price. All things being equal, his price should be the lowest among all other suppliers, all things being equal. Then he should be a stable company, okay, with future. We don't want somebody, you go within a short time, they have rented the place, the machines are being rented, and then there's have a high labor turnover. They hire people, they employ people, and the next time you go, they are not there. Okay? And then we don't want people like that. We don't want companies like that. They are not stable. They don't have future. Okay? We want a company whose management is the ownership of the company. Okay? So they own the company and they always want the company to grow. So they are always putting things, okay, to help the suppliers get their quality that they want. Yes, these are the people that they want, stable. Then they provide good backup services. There are some companies, when they supply you some items, they have some space. If even it's computer, they will supply 65 computers. They will have 10 computers. They will tell you these computers will not use it. Why? They say we are keeping this 10 for any a report that will get from the field. If somebody's computer breaks down, we'll send 1 computer to the person free. If 5 computers, we send 5 computers, they will use ours whilst you are working on this. Backup. So it means always they will put you at work producing continuously non-stop, because they have, if even a machine breaks down, they have a spare machine for use. Now, they also keep the buyer informed of progress. Now, sometimes some of the suppliers, you give them the order and you not hear from them. Last minute that they said they will order 2 weeks time, they come and tell you stories. Unfortunately, our machine broke down, there's a power outage, you don't have raw material. Why have you kept silence? Okay, so till this time when we need the items. So we want suppliers that keep companies informed about what you're supposed to do. Okay, so then we are supposed to do what we called pre-qualification. If you want to get suppliers with this buyers supplier concept, okay, then we need to have what we call pre-qualification. We need to examine these suppliers and know whatever their capabilities before even we engage them in the business. Okay, so pre-qualification means making a background check on the suppliers. We need to know about how their capabilities, what they can do. Okay, now what happens is that we check the financial stability. Financial stability, how do you know? Sometimes we request for their bank statement from the bank and not from themselves. You request for the bank statement. That bank statement that is brought to us is stamped and signed by the bank manager. For us to go through and see how their financial status is. Then, 2, we can get financial stability from even the raw materials, the type of equipment, and then their processes that they use. If they are not using a cake type of things, these are all their financials. If you have money, you will not use old, dilapidated machines. Okay? You need to use modern machines with few steps in production. First, 1, 2, 3. The third, when the product comes out, packaged. Yes, this is the type of factories or a company that I want to deal with. 2, we also need to know the experience, okay, and track record of these suppliers. Now, if you talk of experience, how would you know? By getting their reference. What I mean is, they should tell us the number of companies similar like ours that they have worked with. Experience. So you have worked with, you have to list the name and the contact person, okay, so that we can call on them and find out whether indeed you are experienced, whether indeed you have the track record. 3, we check about your quality, the quality of products, the quality of raw materials, the quality of services. We want the quality. How do we get this? Sometimes we ask them to bring samples, or we go to their premises to inspect the samples that they use. And then you also check about their method of production. For quality, you need to check about their method of production. And then finally, the legal compliance. Do they go by all what it takes as company? Why is that necessary? The legal requirements are very important because they may work without payment of VAT, payment of IRS, tax, okay, payment of SNET, and any of these bodies can come and close down their shop or their factory. So if they close, because we are in supply chain, once they are disrupted, we are also in trouble. We cannot produce anything. Now, that is the general systems ways of.
I have a question.
Okay, yes, I'm here.
With what you just said about the pre-qualification, what will you advise as a supply chain person if a new company is coming to you to work with you? Let's say a company is just 2 months old who doesn't have some of these experiences. What are some of the things you look out for before you give him or her a chance to work with you?
Very good. If assuming the company is just 2 months in establishment, the other factors, don't just say because they are 2 months. Maybe they might have hired people, experienced technicians, experienced engineers, and then also the processes. Their processes is modern, state of the art. So if you go to their premises, you go and do inspection. And when we were in procurement department, that's what we were doing. Unlike this time, You have to sit down with your driver, go and then inspect the company, see what they do, see what they have, and see how capable they are with you in terms of being suppliers. Okay, so if I say experience, not only by age or number of years that the company has thrived in the system, but also what other capabilities do they have. Okay, you can see if this is a company that indeed they are more capable than some old companies because of the state of the art machine, because of the financial capability, they supply everything that they want. Not only financial cost. When I was a procurement manager somewhere, those days the chief executive will call you procurement officer. I was then a young man, and he calls me out. If I see CEO's number on my phone, quickly I go to him. Before you go, there's somebody sitting in the office. Akyea, this is my uncle. This is my countryman. This is my this. I attend that kind of thing. So try and give him work. No matter you try and give him work, he puts you into trouble because sourcing doesn't allow that. Sourcing strategies does not. He asks you to go do all what you are studying today. He needs to go through all the background check, this pre-qualification, what is this exercise. And sometimes, because it's your chief executive, what you do is that, okay, you have to try and give this company work. So what you do is that anytime there's a purchase activity, you invite the company to bring their quotation. He brought this, and the chief executive brought this man. And he told me he's one of the chiefs in his town, I already mentioned. And so help him. The man used to say that, so say, when you are done with chief, come and see me. He come and I brief you how to go about it, so I become a qualified supplier with our organization, not through backdoor. So I'll teach you, coach you what to do so that at least you can come and register with us. If you register with us, then we do business with you. So anytime somebody, an auditor comes, I'm also covered. The CEO himself is also covered. So what I did was that the chief that this man introduced, I asked him, what do you supply? So many, I'm into everything. So, what do you mean by everything? Because I'm a general supplier. Well, you have some people like that. So there was a bulk purchase of tires. The company, the institution was so big. So we have so many vehicles. So I said, no, chief executive, because of chief executive, why didn't I let this man supply the tire? Master, there's this tire, the request, the quantities are many. So you bring quotation. I said, what is the quotation? So bring your invoice. I said, make a mini invoice. So see, he's agreeing, even though he has money. I'm saying this because you need to combine all what I'm talking about. Okay, put them all together and then make sure the supply meets all. Now, he doesn't even have invoice. Yes, he's rich. He has money. No, he was in construction. But construction is different from supply chain that we are doing here. So construction supply chain is different from the supply that we are having here. So what do you do? So, okay, then I should develop invoice for him. So, you understand? We don't want to deal with people like this. If he doesn't qualify, he doesn't qualify. Because if you don't have invoice, let alone VAT and those things, you don't qualify. Okay, so we need to do pre-qualification and then make sure that these companies, Daniel, what do you have to say? You have raised your hand, fact to, I have not called you. Daniel, let's hear you.
I wish to add one pre-qualification to this supplier pre-qualification list.
Okay.
I'm looking at the quality of the work supplier, because all the things we are talking about, at the end of the day, if the supplier has a quality workforce, all the problems or the challenges that falls within this pre-qualification list will be solved. So I wish to say that if it is appropriate, then we could add the quality of the supplier workforce to the list.
So I mentioned the third point. That's the quality of products, services that they render. Okay, their method of production, the quality. method of production, so and so and so and so forth. So I'll add that, but it's in here. Okay. Okay. Now, if you see here, now public procurement of Ghana has clearly specified their pre-qualification methods. Okay, their pre-qualification processes, and they say the company, if you really want to do business with any government institution, you should have valid. The word valid is in red. Valid means up to date. Up to date. So they should have valid company registration. Now, if you're doing business in Ghana, you're supposed to register at the Registrar General. And so if you have certificates of incorporation and certificate of commencement, this time they've merged the two documents as registration, company registration document, corporation and commencement. So it should be valid. What will make it valid? Every year, if you have registered as a company, you pay a renewal, and then renewal will give you a certificate. So that certificate should be valid. It means if it's 2026, you paid and then you gotten it in 2026. Certificates should be there. 2, you should have tax clearance certificate, TCC. Tax clearance certificate is issued by the VRA. Oh dear. What is it?
GRA.
GRA.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, GRA. So the Ghana Revenue Authority issues what? TCC, tax clearance certificate. Now, if you say valid tax clearance certificate, there's a date or not, expiry date on the certificate. And every month they issue a fresh certificate. So if you don't have the month in which you are applying to do business with the company, we didn't get it. It should be valid, up to date. 3, it should also have valid VAT certificates. In the same manner, you should also have SNIT certificate, which is valid. Every month, as a company, you should pay a minimum of 3 workers, a minimum of 3 staff, including yourself or without yourself. You should pay them. Now, if you are paying SNIT, they'll give you a certificate showing that you are paid up to. That makes it valid. Then, depending on the organization, the work that you are applying for, you should also have labor certificate. That is for works. If you want to bid for construction, renovation, new building, and what have you, bridges are roads, you need to have what? Labor certificate. Then you also need to have works and housing certificate if you are, doing work pertaining to that. Then sometimes you need to have FDB. You need to have road and highway certificate. These are our pharmaceutical council certificates, or pharmacy council certificates. If you have all these things, that qualifies you to do the business. Now, if you choose a wrong supplier, you are in trouble. You are in trouble because if you choose a wrong supplier, you are in trouble. You are in trouble because he's going to fail you. He's going to fail you. And then the auditors can also put you on board. Now, if you choose a wrong supplier, okay, you may have delays in delivery. He doesn't have it. Sometimes he's not canvassing. He's not looking for the items from shop to shop, from manufacturer to manufacturer. Why don't you go straight to the manufacturer? So the delays, there's delay in delivery. Sometimes non-value creation tendencies with supplier. Some people don't understand what we are learning here. Okay, sitting in the classroom, okay, together, and we are learning value creation value addition, and all those things that we are learning. Okay, that he's supposed to also work his processes through value creation, so that at the time that the item gets to you, the cost of it will reduce and the quality will rather be high. And then problem as a result of our communication. Sometimes if you understand, if you tell the company something you wouldn't understand, okay, always problem, because that's not his area. Then if you also choose wrong supplier, you may have the tendency of you having high prices. And then one major thing, which is very risky, which is very dangerous, is you dealing with a wrong supplier. He might fail you. And when he fails you, production sit down, okay, there is a bottleneck in production, you are in trouble. Always you are called to management to answer why engineers are sitting down, why production rooms, the machines are down, why materials are not ready, why there are shortages in the system. And that's where sometimes some of the companies will sack you. Now we'll come back to this sourcing strategy. So in the sourcing strategy, we have the competitive or the adversarial model, and then we have partnership sourcing model. Okay, so it depends on the strategy that you adopt. Now let's see the competitive or the adversarial model. Okay, with the competitive and adversarial, that is what Ghanaian buyers in the public institutions are adopting. Their strategy is called competitive strategy or adversarial strategy. You know why? Each time they are buying, they have to go through these rigorous exercises, selecting suppliers, and it is competitive. It has some advantages, but the disadvantages are enormous. Okay, there are over-reliance on multi-sourcing tendencies, with emphasis on several suppliers, always open tender, and then asking people to bring their quotations. No, that's not good supply chain exercise in procurement. Now, short-term in its relationship, because for each time they have run out of those items, they will embark on what? This competitive strategy, inviting so many suppliers, advertising, and the whole world will come and respond. And then they sit down, it takes them some 6 months, sometimes, to evaluate and to get the best source of supply. And it is not too good. Now, there's no supplier development because you with the so there's short term in its relationship. There's no supply development strategies. Today we have discussed some supplier development policies and procedures. So you need to develop supplier, support them in financial services, support them with advance payment, support them with buying of equipment, investing in their equipment, taking their managers and their staff to training, and so on and so forth. Yes. Then we have price as a key. They always see price as the key variable in buying. It's always the lowest. So sometimes some people will come with the quality and whatever, and even in the long run, even though their prices are high, in the long run, their prices are low in price. I will explain to you when we get to pricing. Okay, so sometimes somebody will give you a price. You need to evaluate in detail and see for buying it now for a long while, whose price is the lowest. Somebody may quote $60 per something. Somebody may quote 6.8. You take $6, but in the long run, if you look at a 6.8, this can travel you for more. So procurement is not just getting the lowest price. And then they use repetitive tendering process each time of purchase. These are for the government. Okay, so if you are working for the private institution, you can lower some of these things to make your so that you can create value with your suppliers and maintain some supply for a long while. Then the other one, which is the partnership sourcing model. Okay, here we are looking at having the supplier that will supply for a long while, sitting down, developing co-destiny, co-makership, long-term partnership, collaboration with them. Okay, so that at any point in time, you sit down at the meeting with them in their boardroom or in your boardroom, you'll be able to suggest something that will help both parties to save costs. Long-term strategies, cost sharing, then they are driven by considerations of total cost, quality, and delivery. So if you look at the two dynamics, there's sometimes advisable to think of doing partnerships or something. Okay, that's after going through one competitive strategy, see companies that you're supposed to raise, some companies that you're supposed to develop. Okay, they become parts. Okay, so that when it comes to value creation, they create value at their end. Somebody who is a competitive supplier, he supplies, he knows next time when you do a tender, he may not win. So whatever strategy, suggestions, policies, and whatever that you want to put in place, they will not accept. Because what if he does it and the next time you do your tender and he does not win? You understand? Okay, so any questions at this stage? Any questions at this stage? Hello, we have 4 minutes to go. Any questions at this stage? Yes, Stephen Tete.
All right, Doc, thank you very much. Please, I want to take you back a bit with the best supplier, where we have the best supplier, the slide. I wanted to find out, is it after we've engaged with these suppliers that we refer to them as best suppliers, or it is prior to their engagement? Thank you.
Good question. Yes, it is when you want to engage them. And that's why we need to do a lot of exercises, okay, to get them consistently meet delivery requirements. Where have they been supplied to? Point number reference. Where I talked about reference. So now let me know where you have dealt with. I'm a company and I know my competitors. If you mention some of these companies, yes, I know them. Just on my table here, on my desk here, I can just call John, Charlie, this guy says it is supplied to you. What things has he been supplying? How is he like? This company, you go through the process and give him order, you are in trouble. That rules out. So you cancel his name from them now. If you ask 2 or 3 and then the same thing, it means consistently it does not meet delivery requirements. And that's why you are in the same class, okay? Though we are not seeing our face, I think we'll meet face to face and we'll know ourselves, okay? And then we do a whole lot of networking. Now, we need to have friends. We are colleagues in the supply chain. So you call somebody. If you're in a mining company in Tebrebe, Gold First, you have Takwa Gold First, you have BBN Gold First, you have a boss, call your colleague there. If you're in the hospitals, there are so many hospitals, and some of your colleagues are in the various places or facilities. Call them. If you are in a manufacturing, whatever that you are, a service organization, if you're a bank, you have so many colleagues in the same classroom with you. I said your uncle school no need only Adam for only classmates. But you have that. So do that. See if that supplier consistently meets delivery requirement. Find out whether consistently they provide specified quality. Find out whether always they achieve high service level. Find out whether they offer competitive price on price here. Find out if there is a stable company with future. Hey, they say that you don't know it is this man's company. I wouldn't want to mention any rich person's name. Okay, it's this man's company. So where is this man run to? Your small money, no. So you are comfortable. He has money, he has what it takes. Okay, so you will not be afraid. Now, stable company with future provides good backup services. Oh, for this company, I have done that before. A company that I supplied what is it? Microscope. It's a machine in the laboratory, the complex one. I was having one that I was using in my laboratory. So we supplied some to a hospital. I wouldn't mention him. And then after some time, he started giving them problems. So when they called, we went there with the spare that I have. They were surprised. They won't be that. Because it was after the warranty, after 6 months. And then I went there with a so you are going to work on yours when you are done. And ours is equally the same, in terms of quality and everything. They use it for a while. You relax and work on it for the person. Okay? The company, if you are serious and you're in that business, if you are selling computers, why don't you keep some as backups for your buyers? You have, so when there's a problem, your company, at least your procurement person, will be saved. So it is when we are preparing to get the source, okay, that we can use the best supplier concept. Any other questions? Any other questions? Yes, Pamela.
Yes, Doc. Doc, so please, I would like to find out whether with the competitive sourcing strategy or model, whether it doesn't have any benefits, because per the explanations you give, it looks like the characteristics are all in the negative way. It's all negative. So I wanted to find out whether it doesn't have any benefit at all.
Very good, very good, very good, very good. Yeah, you'll be my teacher in my TA next week. So just as I'm seeing 98 students, I'm in trouble marking. Anyway, so just as Pamela was asking, every good thing has a bad side of it. Competitive advantage. Competitive
competitive sourcing model.
Yeah. I want to competitive adversarial model. Now, it has some positive side of it. Like the government institutions, always they want to get fresh suppliers. Okay, if you advertise and not relying on the previous or the old suppliers, you see new suppliers. And some of these new suppliers understand supply chain. And then once you advertise and you get a new supplier for an area, maybe the chemicals, now there's a company that's Bonsa Investment Limited. Okay, Bonsa Investment Limited is the best company when it comes to laboratory items. So once you do that, once you get him, okay, at least you can have some people, some other companies to compare with. Okay, so, and then two, it should not be biased. And then because it's public procurement, you have to be fair. So if you are buying something, why don't you advertise so that other people will also have that opportunity to put in their tender? So this is our advantages. These are our advantages, so that you don't rely solely on your trained suppliers, your value created suppliers, or your suppliers that understand your business only, but also other people who can push your work. So it has advantages. And even the partnership sourcing also have a disadvantage. Who can tell me what the partnership sourcing is? The advantages. Oh dear, we have closed. Okay, so next week, like I said, we're going to do our first assignment, and it's in group form. Okay, you're going to listen to a video in your closet. Everybody should play, and then the questions that comes, you contribute to it. One person puts into writing. And I will see you are many, okay? So I wouldn't want everybody to. I'll look at it and see whether indeed you send soft copy instead of the hard copy. And yeah, I think you send soft copy instead of hard copy. I'm seeing 98, so you're getting to 100. I don't always supply chain. You are many, but that is fine. That's what you want. So As you enjoy the class, start advertising ICDE, okay? Make sure your sisters, your colleagues come. And I like the way somebody called me, a lady called me, oh, masters, are you feeling comfortable? I had a feeling comfortable. And say, yes, I know can I be proud. Into one feeling, and I just say, oh, they were being a lecturer failed some students because they did not put out their best. And some people call me as a coordinator asking why, because masters they fail. It is not so. If you fail masters, but school papa be fail masters. One training they fail. So please, I know you guys don't have time, but at least do some discussions. At break time, call a colleague. The man said this. What did you? How did you get it? I'm seeing this from here. What do you do? Okay, so you can do discussions even off your school time or your work time, and then you go. Okay, so you are in the best hands. All the lecturers here are good, experienced, not just some school when you go, they are young ones. They just from school, they having their PhDs, and then they just push them there. Here, all the people have been in the industry, supply chain industry. I've worked in the mining industry before. I've worked in the service industry. I've worked in the health industry before. Okay, and now I'm a supplier. So you can see not only as a buyer, experience in buying, but also a supplier. And in the same manner, Najima and other people, they have been in the industry, and then they will support you with experience. Until we meet next week. Bye-bye.
Doc, when are we getting the slides?
Goodbye, sir.
Oh, very good. Somebody has asked a good question.
Then when are we getting the slides?
Papa, I gave you the slides. You never gave it to them or what? Somebody called in the
Is
week.
there?
No,
We already have
It's
it.
on the platform, yes.
everybody
We have
has
it in
it.
our group.
Hey.
It's on the platform, please. We have it
Okay.
in our group, so please go and check it.
My friend, so join. Maybe you have not been added to the group, so please join. And not only you, some other people also call to ask the slides. Papa, why you have not given it to them? So if it's
So
on the
I shared it immediately. You shared it with me, so everybody has it.
So please do that, because when I put in the assignment, I wouldn't want any excuse that I have not seen it. It's not on the platform. They've not given it to us. If you do that, you fail because you get 0 at IE.
Doc.
Yes, mommy.
Yeah, please. Can we get your number?
It's
So
already there.
My number is 0249
Okay.
31 6609. And my phone is on 24/7. Either supply chain issue or anything concerning, because I'm your coordinator. Don't go to Dr. Loglo and worry him. He's sitting at the top suffering. Every problem is coming to him. Come to me first. If I'm not able to solve it, I'll send it to him, my boss. Okay? So supply chain and coordination, everything, I'm doing it. And I want you to talk to me first before you go to my bosses. Okay, so have a wonderful time.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, hello, friends. Papa.
So, Papa, please, can you repost the slides on the page for us? Because I just joined the group this morning.
So we are coming back again. That's P. What time?
2.
Okay.